to pick opening scene. Oh, that's got to change. It needs to say episode. Episode. Two. Okay, and that's going good. I'm just going to. Oops, it's actually live now, right?
No. At least it hasn't launched to say you're live yet.
Live for me.
Okay.
Yep, it just went live for me.
Eat.
Okay, welcome tonight. How are you guys tonight? I'm so glad you're tuning in on Legion Outpost. If maybe you're watching this on the replay, that's all fine too. We are on our second week, and I'm getting an echo. Hold on.
I'm getting an echo.
Hello.
Weird. It's like the guys in the same room are getting an echo.
Shocker.
No, it's just because of the fact that I'm listening. How do I do that?
With the TV remote?
But no, it's not on the TV. The TV volume shouldn't even be on. It's the fact that my it was, but also my headset connects to my Xbox, so.
This kid.
Okay. I'm still getting a bit of echo. I just want to check that out before we get that.
Did you remember to mute your tab on YouTube?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, it's a bit better. I think it must be from the young lad sitting in the same room as me. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so we're back to our second week of BattleTech. That echo's driving me crazy.
It's not even that big for me.
I don't even hear it.
Okay. We're back to our second week of BattleTech, and we are on our second scene, our second episode, and our fearless young lads have gotten together, just barely connected, just kind of figuring out who each other are, and they are faced with the dilemma. New Acord is the planet they're on, and New Acord has been in peace for 100 years. There has been no technology advance, no nothing, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right as they're celebrating their fall festival, and the 105-year-old leaders party, and they were just having fun. Out of nowhere, a crack in the sky came, and down came a large potato-like ship, and it landed on the ground, and huge mountainous mechs come out, and they're faced and declare that they are in service of Duke Drake.
I'd like to point out that my name tag's on.
Drake Cock.
Drake
Right?
Cock, yeah, Drake Cock, Duke Drake Cock, and they stepped on the leader with a mech and squished him in the ground. Our people were faced. There our fearless.
You might need to update the thingy.
Our fearless teenagers, are and young adults are trying to figure out what to do, and that's where we're left off.
Give me my own box.
Are you?
Yeah,
Do
he'll
you
need a
always?
box later.
Do you always maintain the same order?
No, I just whoever's camera comes up first comes first. But yes, so they gain the order. Just
And it's Jimothy with 2 M's.
Oh, sorry. I'll fix that for you.
I'm okay with not always acting first and
It doesn't matter. Just as long as we pick whoever we pick, it goes from that order. So if we start at Andrew, it'll go in that order.
Okay. Well, I started every session last week, so I suppose we change it up and
We'll move on over.
Yeah, sure. We'll start with Billico, and
Yeah.
then I'll go.
Yeah, you're last.
Well, I'm not last, but
You are last.
I'm last. Yes, unless we get into combat, and then I'm not last.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
then I'm wherever I want.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to leave it to you guys. I've told you about a little bit of New Accord, but each of you just give a few, like 10 seconds where your character was when you left off.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, Jimothy was sitting in a factory. He was sitting beside a tunnel door at a table and guarding it.
Good old Billy.
Let me
Speaking. So I, Wolfgang, with Asaka, have found ourselves in some sort of concrete bunker after I stuck my finger into the scanner and it, I guess, read my blood. So genetically speaking, I'm allowed to get into this place. We're not sure what's there, but I'm sure it's going to be something useful. I guess we'll have to see and find out.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I completely forgot about the whole bunker part. I thought I was still standing on the side of the cliff. What happened from there
I
on?
think you're here so I could get you caught up.
Yep, completely forgot about all that. You are absolutely correct. Yes, we are in a bunker now. All that part. I'm standing ready. The door's open and I'm about to step through. Is where I left off, if I remember correctly. Which I definitely didn't, because I thought I was still standing at the edge of the cliff. Yay, short brain.
And Billy and his brother, his little brother Andrew, were heading home to sleep for the night, and then they were heading off to their grandfather's house to retrieve something.
Yes. I don't know if you're going to get a whole night's sleep, but you were trying to get a little bit of rest to get away from your grandfather's funeral and your drunken dad.
Yeah, the Irish wake. The Irish wake for the fallen man.
Did you write your dad's name down? Because I didn't ever write it down.
We have not given him a name yet.
Okay, that's why I wasn't sure. Okay.
And you know what? I'm okay with never actually naming him. We can just continue to refer to him as the drunken mayor or the drunken idiot.
Mr. O'Leary.
Billy O'Leary.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where we left off, guys. And so, as the door opens, I'm going to start with, because Billy's going to be our first narration, so we're going to start there. I mean, not Billy, sorry.
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang. And so, as the door slides open, it says "Welcome," and I can't see your name on the screen because it's very small.
Nemechek.
Mr. Memechek. And
I'm looking in it. It's kind of it's
still
like the doors are opening, and I could kind of see like that's what it says to me right over the speakers. Kind of.
And the lights are kind of slowly coming on, but they're flickering a bit.
Yeah, it hasn't been turned on in a long time, right?
Yeah.
So I could immediately kind of smell like the musty like air blows out of the door as it's been sealed for so long, probably nearly 100 years at this point, right?
Well, a good 60 anyways.
Yeah, but I'm starting to see, like, as we get into the concrete, there's like rusty pipes running along the walls and stuff.
Okay,
Lights
so
are
as you
flickering.
came through the concrete, the door, when you open the door, let me explain this a bit. When you start to look in, the lights flickering, it's actually not concrete inside. It's not a bunker.
Oh, it's just concrete on the outside.
Yeah. So
it
actually
I'm
opens
looking
up.
at cave again.
Well, no, what you actually opens up to, these big doors open up. What you open up to is a big, tall, empty room, and it has 4 doors.
I want to go to door number 2.
You've entered one door. Across from you, directly across, there's another door, and then there's 2 other doors. They're all really large doors. When you saw it on the outside, it only looked like it was like a normal 6-foot door, because that's where the concrete was. But now you're on the inside, you look up and it's open, but it's open to like the cave, but it's like, probably 20 feet tall, the door.
I'd definitely be interested in like going towards one of these big doors.
So as you, do you guys walk in? Are you both in?
Yeah.
I walked in as soon as the door opened.
Okay, so as you walk in, the door shuts again behind you. Slow, creakily, it's going, but it's sliding back into place.
Oh, so it's a very slow, you can tell it's closing as it does.
Yeah.
Like, there's lights in the room.
Yep, they're flickering. Yeah. There's very low power, but it's flickering.
Yeah, I kind of
You're
like
in kind of
leave.
a big, empty,
at the torch,
cavernous
right?
room. It looks like things have been removed from it. It looks like it was once more usable, but right now it's kind of a big, empty, cavernous room.
Is
with
there
four
any
doors.
signs of nature reclaiming this place?
No.
Interesting.
Well, I'm thinking like, okay, these mechs are gotta be around here. I think really got like the spider senses are going, and
The word mech you
looking
might
for
not
any-
know exactly, but these machines.
Yeah, chicken walkers.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking like I'm just looking for like any sort of, as you said, I don't know what a computer really is because we've never used computers, right? But I'm just looking for like
any
some
tech.
sort of like a panel or something tech, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of looking through and I like see these big doors when I could see like 4 individual panels at the doors, but I also see like maybe a kind of like a main like console or whatever I would call it.
Well, how far are you going
kind of
in? Are
more
you
in the
just
middle.
still sitting in the door, or are you?
No, I'm kind of got like my gun drawn, and I'm like making my way in.
So this
And I've probably
room.
gone like
So
100
this.
feet.
Yeah, this room it's pretty big, right? Like we're you're looking at like probably 200 feet by 300
Right,
feet.
so I'd say I'm like in the middle by now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I kept walking.
there's the odd pillars that are all metal that go to the roof, and you notice that the roof's even little metal, and so it's fairly large. And you're kind of like, wow, this is pretty big. And then you notice on each end there's like metal walls, but they're smaller, human-sized doors. So you have 4
on the
big
far
doors
end.
on either end. Yep.
I could immediately go to one of those doors.
Okay. So
No. Because those giant mechanical doors would be so foreign to me, I probably wouldn't even know it's a door.
yeah. So we're not up in narration, just so you know. So wait for Bilko to finish the narration. Go ahead. Anything
Right, so I'm in
I
the
thought you said
center
if
of
we're
this-
together, we do
you
it
can
together.
you can talk together if you want to talk to them.
Oh,
Otherwise, you do your individual narration.
okay. Well, that's just me not understanding how
Yeah,
that works.
no problem.
I'll be
Yeah,
quiet.
so
then.
I'm in the middle of this room, and sorry, what I kind of got cut out there for a second.
Yeah, so you're in the middle of the room, and you see the 4 big doors on either side, dim lights, metal poles every once in a while going right to the roof, like I-beam type stuff, you know. And then, like on each end, there's smaller human-sized doors.
On each end, so you get the 4 doors in front of me.
Well, 2 in
then
front and 2
right
behind
side of
you.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, I'll just like turn to my, looking to my front, looking at one of these, the first big door I kind of see.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna like make my way to kind of get a sense of what's going on.
Yeah. So all the 4 doors look almost identical. There could be some dents or stuff in the wall. There could be some bangs and scrapes, and there's some holes in the floor, and stuff like that. But nothing really extraordinarily different. The doors are really pretty much the same.
I still have no idea what's happening.
That's because you're not in the scene yet.
But like, what already happened to get us to this point?
Well, that's
You'll have to catch up as you go. Okay.
yeah. There's a video to watch to understand the whole story, but you'll understand pretty quick once you actually get incorporated.
Yeah, so like I'm gonna go to one of these big doors. I can
Yeah.
feel like the rusty metal and everything, right? And I got my gun. I got like my hand on my gun holster and my gun, and I'm
Mhm.
going to feel like maybe there's another fingerprint in here or something.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm feeling around for like, or looking around for
For something.
something like that fingerprint scanner thing that I
Okay.
had, or whatever.
Okay. And are you gonna try to search? Actually search, or are you just kind of looking around?
No, definitely like a serious search. So
Okay.
use my perception, I guess.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, I rolled. Well, that'd be a 12.
Okay. Well, you did not find anything. You found just the doors were just kind of metal doors, and they didn't seem to have anything. The only door that, if you spent time, do you want to spend time to look at all the doors? That all the big ones?
No, probably not.
Okay,
Like if
'cause
I'm
if
just seeing
if
like
you-
they're just doors, then I'm just
Okay.
gonna kind of.
Yeah, okay, then I won't
probably
say
go
what
to the
I
main
won't
door.
say what I was going to say if you spent the time. So, okay.
Yeah.
So you basically are in this big empty room. The door that you went to doesn't seem to have the same sort of thing that you went in the other one. Now, Andrew, I'm going to give you a moment to share your thoughts, and then I'm going to come back to you both, and before we go to the other guys, and we will at that point we will start a new type of scenario. And let me just, I didn't even tell you the mission today. Sorry, guys. I got caught ahead of myself here, and I forgot to tell you the mission for today and what we're trying to do. And so here we go. The scene 1, the last night of Acord. Will you bow down or will you stand up? There it is.
Right.
Cool.
So now I get to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So we entered the room.
Yeah.
Upon looking around the room briefly, I see him going and checking at one of the doors.
Mm-hmm.
I notice a normal human-sized door at the far end. I'm gonna make my way towards it.
Okay. You walk towards it. And what are you going to do when you get to it?
I lean my head up against it and try to listen to hear anything on the other side of the door.
Okay, there is no sound. I'm not even going to make you roll for that. There's nothing on the other side of the human-sized door.
I open it.
Cannot open it. It is locked in some way, but you don't know how. You can investigate.
Yeah. I'm pulling on the door. I try to feel like, is it being held here? Is it being held?
Okay, so when you're pulling on the door, you realize it's kind of like a rolled-in lock that goes across both ways. You can kind of see this metal bar that kind of goes in, but it doesn't open like, you know how you'd see on a ship a rolling crank, like a wheel crank. Yeah, but it locks the same way, but there's no crank, so it's digitally locked.
I look around for anything coming out of it that would show that like a panel that it would lead to, or wiring,
you
or
can,
a pad.
You can search. Can you roll a tech roll to see your knowledge of how that would, where you would get with that?
I'll take that as a flat intel. If I don't have it, do I just take my flat intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it intelligence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to be lucky probably, because this was a horrible roll that I rolled.
7.
With your intel?
Yep.
I rolled a 7, so you fail. But you're close enough to notice that there was some sort of box to the side that seems to be connected to the lock.
And by box, do you mean like
it's like a little flip box,
like a keypad box, or is like there's something inside the wall?
No, like a keypad box.
Okay. I guess I will walk over there and start just pressing things at it, not really knowing what I'm doing.
Okay, so you're just pressing random numbers?
Like see if it like lights up when I hit it. Okay. Any form of
so you notice
a child hitting a phone.
Yeah. So you notice like little lights when you hit a button behind them, just signifying you hit that button. Okay. Mm-hmm. I would like you to roll on it'd be intelligence, because I don't think you have any computers, right?
No. I'm a wilderness. Yeah, that's an 8.
Okay, you did not get the code. You pushed things in. I
did not.
But you did hear a beep. Oh, you heard a beep, and it went meh.
Oh, okay. Well, upon doing that, I turned back around. You said it's a big room, right?
Yeah.
Well, Wolf.
It kind of echoes.
Yeah, what's up? You find something?
It lights up and makes noises when you hit it.
You didn't break it, did you?
Maybe.
I better check up on this.
Okay, we're gonna
hurriedly make my way over to the panel.
and we're gonna end with you going towards him for you guys. Now, at the same time, now Jimothy, he is sitting at a table. He's holding his 40 credits that he just got from you, right? 40.
I believe that is correct. He also walked away.
Yeah. So Jimothy's holding the 40 credits he just got from our good friend Wolfgang because of the bet that Wolfgang lost to him, and he's sitting there at the table guarding this entrance to the cave. And as he's guarding the entrance to the cave, all of a sudden he hears this big boo scraping sound, the doors opening type thing, and he's kind of curious of what's going on. And so
roll perception?
you don't need to roll. You're going to tell me what you're going to do when you hear the noise. You only roll if I think you need to roll. So he hears a big noise behind him coming from the cave that those two guys just went into about a half hour ago. And you're like, oh, what are these dummies doing? And meanwhile, as they hear this noise, all of a sudden, a guy comes up to him and says, hey, where am I supposed to put these work stands? I was told by Wolfgang to take them down and bring them to the cave.
Then bring them down and put them in the cave.
Yeah, but nobody's supposed to get through the cave unless you let them through.
Well, I guess I'll go with you then. And then I'm gonna walk down into the cave with them.
Okay, so they're bringing the caves. Where do you want to put them in the caves?
I'm gonna ask them where they were supposed to put them.
They're just supposed to hide them in the caves. We got orders to hide them in a cave before those off-worlders come and see them.
Just find a good spot for them and then come back.
Okay, so you start walking, and there is a T intersection. Okay, to the left, to the straight, and to the right.
I'm gonna go right because that seems like the right way to go.
So you turn to the right. As you go down, you see lights, and it goes from a cave into a cement entranceway, and then a big metal door that is just starting to close as you get there.
Can I stick my wrench in it?
Why don't you just
Try to pry the door open?
or you can just go in the door if you want.
Oh, that's probably a smart idea. Well, you said it was closing.
It was just starting to close.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go in.
Okay.
And I want to use. Is there something I can use to pry the door open?
No.
Okay.
Instead of snap your wrench. These are big doors.
Okay, then I'm gonna go in.
Okay, so you walk in the door and you see Wolfgang at the far end, directly across from you, patting down the wall, and then you see the guy you don't know on the far side, pushing buttons. Well, you don't see the buttons being pushed, but you see the guy you don't know in no shirt. He's wearing no shirt.
I'm now shirtless.
A shirtless guy that you have no clue who he is.
Oh, and he now has a sword.
Yes, he has a sword instead of a broom. He had a broom earlier.
Okay.
Oh yeah, what do we do with the flaming broom? What happened to that?
Somebody was using it as a torch still.
Oh, you still have that?
You're muted.
Oh.
Yeah, I had the torch. I probably dropped it as I was looking at the doors, or set it against the wall or something.
Okay, so there's a torch laying against the wall. Okay, so what do you want to do? So the way this works is you just tell me what you're doing, and if you need to make a check, I tell you.
Hey, boss, where do you want all these table things going?
So you're talking. Okay.
And I got startled, turned around. I'm like, Billy, what are you doing in
Not
here?
Billy, it's Jimothy. Billy is.
Yeah, where you said is it the same guy that was
That was
sitting
just Jim.
guard?
You called him Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
yeah, last week.
Yeah,
well,
you called
I
him-
know, but last week I was always saying Billy, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
did you?
you kept calling him Billy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was because I always get his name wrong. So
Oh,
I was
I didn't know that.
I was
Sorry.
hitting
I
him
missed
that.
that. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. So I'm like, Billy, what are you doing in here?
Some of the guys said that you told them to bring some stuff down here.
What? Oh, yeah, you're talking about those lifts, right? Yeah, for sure. Just put them in the the caveway that goes straight from where you were guarding there.
Okay.
There's a little drop off there. We should be able to hide them in that open cave there. That's the best spot. We don't want anything coming in this door.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to leave.
Quick world question. Yeah. Because you said the door closed behind us, and then he got in behind us. So
Yeah,
is
'cause
the
he
door
heard-
now...
No, he heard it was opening, and he's coming as it was opening, and as it was closing, he went in. So now he's actually locked in with you guys.
Okay, because I remember you saying the door closed behind us.
Yeah, it's closing. Yeah.
So
He was squeezed in.
is it closed then?
Yeah, now it is because he squeezed in.
Okay.
Now you got to think about squeezing in. He's not a small boy. He's like 200 and some pounds.
Hey, let me get my action stick. I'm 6'7", and I'm 254 pounds.
That's a big dude.
Yeah.
But
And now the
I'm just
door's
like-
shut. So you're like,
Boss. These
I'm just
doors are
like-
shut.
I just immediately just sigh, just like, oh no. Oh, can you get it open at all? Or are we stuck in here?
I'll try, boss. I would like to try to see if I can open the doors.
there's no distinguishing things to open the door. Yeah, you're looking at the thing, and there's kind of like there's nothing obvious that opens the door. But there are some locked panels that you could try beside the doors.
Can I try to inspect those?
Yeah, you can try to inspect those. Now that you're into this page, you're all in the same room. You are now on a timeline. Okay, so you guys have 6 narrations. Okay, each narration represents 1 hour. Okay, now you're on a timeline because in 6 hours, the off-worlders are coming to inspect the factory. So,
Question about narrations.
yes.
When you say with 6 narrations, do you mean so that'd be 2 passes through us or 6 passes through us?
6 passes through you guys.
Okay, so each of us get 6 individual narrations.
Yeah, and they each represent about an hour's worth of time. Okay?
Gotcha.
So, you each have 6 narrations.
Is there a limit to how long our narration?
Yes, they're about a minute long. A minute to 2 minutes, because otherwise it gets boring for everybody else. Like poor little Billy over there. Okay.
So can I inspect these panels?
Yeah, you're going to inspect the panel. So you roll a computers check.
What is that?
Computers?
So what's is that? And I don't have
It's a
that.
skill. So then it's going to be just your intelligence. Oh, you need dice? 2 6-sided dice is what you need.
Someone say dice?
He's using my dice. This is not good. You know the rule: never use the game master's dice.
Well, the rule is never let the DM touch your dice.
Well, they're my dice, so yeah.
Well, they're not his dice. Therefore, I don't know if that rule applies. Interesting.
Okay.
We'll find out right now with this roll.
Do I add my intelligence?
Yep.
So I got a 13.
You failed. You realize that computers is not the technique that's going to need to be done here because there's nothing computery really. It's just kind of a
Then why do you tell
panel.
me to do compute?
Don't ask questions. It's just kind of a panel
I
there.
don't know what a computer is.
I know. It's just kind of a panel there right now. You have to get into the panel first.
Can I try to break it open?
You can try to figure out how to get it open, but at this point we're going to move on to Billy while you're working on that. And remember, when you come back, there will be a time frame on you guys, representing the arrival of the off-worlders. And so, just a reminder, you have to get those things hidden, and you have to hide the cave before that time's up.
We have to hide the cave?
Yes.
thought we were just hiding things in the cave.
Well, if they see the cave, they're just gonna look in the cave.
That's right.
Yeah, not necessarily.
There's
What's
no
that hole? That's our
probably.
mining hole. Oh, okay.
Hey, what's back there?
That's where we
Not-
pull
not-
beers
not
underground
a
from.
thing.
Okay, so we're heading over to Billy. The night is still young. It's only about 3 a.m, and Andrew wakes up and he goes, Billy, that brother, my main brother, are you here still? You're muted or something. I can't hear you.
Am
There
I
you
with
go.
you now?
Yeah, you're with us.
Hi.
now. You were asleep really hard. I could barely get you up. I was shaking you so much, but I couldn't hear you even snoring. I was afraid of your death, maybe. You drank a little too much last night. It's only 3
I barely had a drop.
It's only 3 a.m., but I figure we better get to Grandpa's house earlier before Dad sees us sneak out. He might stop us.
Oh, absolutely, laddie. Let's get it rolling.
So, is there anything we should take?
Well, I'm gonna bring me shillelagh,
Should
just in case.
Should I bring a weapon?
Yeah, bring the spud gun.
Oh, no, you have a spud gun. I don't have a spud gun.
That's okay. Bring my spud gun. I'll let you use it.
No, I don't want to touch your spud gun. It touches dirty spuds. Like, that's not my style. And he pulls out this big, huge, long, two-handed sword. This is my style.
Andrew, where'd you get that thing from?
Well, the other day I saw it in the Dad's bedroom and I took it.
Oh, laddie, you're not gonna like that if he ever finds out.
I don't
That
care.
drunk-
I'm going away from here and never coming back.
Oh, that's a good move. We should both do it.
I'm
All right.
I gotta go live in the hills at Grandpa's house.
All right, laddie, let's go.
So you set out in the dark. It is very dark. Luckily, you know where you're going. I don't know if you brought a torch or anything, but it's so dark.
We have a
and-
torch, absolutely.
Okay.
Always leave with the
Sure.
torch.
So it is really dark, and you have to head through the swamps.
One of those lanterns, actually.
Yep. Okay. So you're going to be heading around the mountains into the swamps and then up the backside of the mountain. So tell me what you see. And the same thing, you have 6 narrations before the day's over. After this one, you get this one for free, and then 6 after that.
So there's swamp waters all over the place. There's tall grass, and there's crickets in the background, and there's frogs, and there's birds. And we're just walking through the swamp, and it's a little bit muddy, and it's a little bit murky, and it's a lot of bit foggy. But we got our little potato-shaped lantern.
Potato-shaped lantern.
And we're just strolling through the swamp, and we get through the swamp, and then we start making our way up the mountain. And then we see a little baby bear, but it's asleeping.
Hey, brother,
Aye,
that's a baby bear.
yeah.
Now, if that's a baby bear, doesn't that mean a mama bear somewhere around?
That means our mama bear is probably looking. So that means we should leave the little baby alone
Ah,
and keep on moving
so
and quickly.
the problem is the baby bear is right in our path.
Aye. Well,
Just shoot it and get it over with.
let's go quick.
Well, you're gonna try to run past it, or why don't we try climbing up that hill? See up there? Climb up there, climb back down and around.
We could do that.
You know, it looks like it might be safer than walking right through a bushed path with a baby bear laying on it.
It's a sleeping little bear, but I definitely don't want to deal with mama.
You make a decision. I don't know much about
Let's-
animals. You're the
let's
animal
go.
handler in the family.
You know what? Yeah, let's go. Let's just tread on right through the path here, and I'll probably be able to talk the bear down.
Okay, so you're going to be rolling a handle handling just to see if you can stay clear of Mama Bear. Okay, not just handling, but knowing a little bit of whether you can hear her coming type of, stay
So
clear.
do you want me to roll a survival check first then?
No, you're gonna roll your handle handling, and then we might have
Okay.
to roll a survival, depending on what's going on.
Okay, I figured if I'm trying to like hear the thing, I would want to roll
Yeah.
survival or perception.
Survive.
Do you have handling?
I do have animal
Yeah,
handling.
that's what I thought. Okay.
You should just let me do the animal stuff for you.
Well then, I think I'm gonna use my my re-roll.
Okay, what did you roll? Because I'll tell you if it's even worth it.
On dice, I rolled a 4,
Okay. What are your 2 dice?
a 3, and a 1.
Okay. So what's your animal handling skill?
A +3.
Okay.
So I got a 7 total.
You need a total of 9 to win this
Cool.
on dice.
Oh. Cool. All right, I'm gonna re-roll both.
Okay. So you're gonna spend an edge point.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend my edge point.
Okay. And what'd you roll?
The same thing.
Okay, so as you get close to the bear, you're kind of leading into it. I don't know what you're saying. What are you doing to this bear? Like,
I'm not doing anything. We're just trying to walk around. It's been nice and slowly, nice and quietly, not moving any sound, just walking.
and you stepped right on his paw.
Oh no, this isn't good for me, laddie.
The bear wakes up, and then you hear in the bush, off to the right. What do you do?
I throw a potato. I throw a potato off towards the left to try and create a diversion so that I can
Potatoes
escape.
have so much smell that they're just gonna pull everything off.
Just gonna throw a few potatoes and hope that they get spoiled by my scent, by the scent of potatoes instead of me. We both smell. I smell a whole lot like potatoes, so I feel like if I got enough potatoes in a different direction, it might actually work in my favor.
Okay, you're throwing potatoes off to the left, and your brother's just booking it up the path. He's like, I'm not throwing potatoes. He just starts booking it up the path. So throw a strength +2. So double strength plus
Yeah.
2 dice, please.
Okay, you guys are fired.
Get rid of those dice.
Yeah, I rolled another 4.
Okay, but that's good enough this time. Your potatoes get off the path a bit. Now, I'm gonna just roll a dice, and can you do me a favor and roll me 3 dice, please?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, what's your score?
7.
Okay, so the potatoes actually distract the baby bear, and he starts running towards the potatoes a bit, and the mama bear just kind of looks at the baby bear and continues to follow after the baby bear, and you're like literally crapping yourself. So go ahead, tell me the experience of these bears running right up beside you.
Well, as I see these bears running away from me, running after the potatoes I threw, I realize I dropped a few potato-sized things in my pants. And I keep on running up the hill, trying to get to Grandpa's. I yell out to Andrew to follow me.
Andrew's ahead of you. He's long gone.
Oh, okay. Well, then I run ahead to try and catch up with Andrew up at the grandfather's house.
Okay. So you're running up towards Grandpa's house, and you smell really bad.
But I don't smell like potatoes anymore.
That's true. As you get up to Andrew, he goes, You smell as bad as you look.
Oh, laddie. At least the potatoes saved me. You say potatoes aren't good for nothing. I say potatoes are great for everything.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to the room with the three gentlemen in it, and it will go in the order of Bilko, then it'll go into Archangel, and then it'll go into Link King.
Cool.
But
So
you're all
I'm
in the same
rushing
room.
over. Yeah,
So
I'm rushing
if
over
you want a conversation,
to.
you can just say conversation. That doesn't count as your.
Right. Well, as I'm rushing over to Osaka, I could see that
You're right there, Andrew.
Jimothy is having a problem. He's having a problem opening that door, and then I see Osaka have problems with this door, and I'm
Saw
just
you
like,
dying on the stream.
okay, whatever. We gotta get these gigantic mechs. So I rush over to Osaka, and I'm gonna like. It's like a number pad, correct?
On Asaka side, yes. It's a
Yeah. Okay.
keypad.
I'm thinking to myself, like, well, I mean, this code could be a 1,000 different things. So I want to technically like open it up and like put the wires together to open the door.
So you're going to try to take it apart.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Okay, so you're looking at this thing and you're just staring at it and you're like, I think I can take this apart.
yeah, and
Tell
take it
me-
apart.
Tell
And
me
then,
about how you're taking it apart.
okay, so I see like the case. I can see it's like a little loose on the one edge. So it's like I go into my toolkit and I'm able to get like the screwdriver to pop it open. And I could see the a little green board inside with the wires coming around and how the number pad interacts with that. So I kind of like get in behind the to get into the back where all the wires are, and I'm like trying to deduce which ones I need to put together in order to open this door.
And while that's going on, I guess conversation. I guess
Yep.
Sure.
whatever I have to say to talk to him.
Yep.
So you pop the thing off. So you pop the thing off and go, I didn't do that. I didn't break it.
Okay.
Don't worry, it was probably broken already.
This is conversation, so Lincoln is calling to you two at the same time. Go ahead.
Okay, sure.
Yo, boss, you want this laser torch?
Laser torch. And if I can't get this thing open with my magic fingers, yeah, you can bring that bad boy right over.
So you head over there. Okay. Now back to your thing. You're going to try to open this.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, as I'm kind of going through the wires, I'm not only trying to figure out which ones are the best ones, but I want to do the action to do what I figure is the best wires to put together to open the door.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to jimmy rig this door opening.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my job. I'm Jimmy.
Seven,
Actually, Jimothy though.
B.
Jimothy Gilbert.
What kind of German name is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, no
I'm this
kidding.
name generator.
He went in German, name a generator, and that's what he gave him.
Wow. I got a 14.
Offensive.
You rolled really good, eh?
I get a +5.
Jeepers!
You rolled pretty good. Yeah. So you figured out that if you cross these two yellow wires, that you got a nice little spark, and the door kind of shimmered. It didn't open completely, but it cracked open. There wasn't enough power to open it completely. But you opened it so it starts to divide.
I knew I should have got the generator.
So
Okay. I go into my toolkit and grab my big wrench. I'm gonna pry it open.
I have a bigger wrench.
okay, so you're trying to pry it open. Okay, and so
Yeah.
that's where we're going to leave off to go to Andrew, who's standing there beside you.
Sure.
And where it starts to me is him prying it open.
Yeah. Well, no, you see him doing the whole thing. You could talk about any part of that. It's all simultaneous, right?
All right. I would like to walk around the room and see if I could see anywhere where anything's cracked and stuff might be able to come through.
Okay. Like you're looking for breaches. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anywhere where I could see what is, because you said this is like some kind of metal room, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking for anything that looks non-metallic.
Okay. I'm going to make this really easy. Everything pretty much is metal in this room. It's been
Well maintained metal?
Well, no, it's not. It was like there's like a little bit of corrosion, obviously, because it's been there for a long time. But actually, for the amount of time it's been there, which we don't know how long, but let's say at least 100 years old. It is really well kept. Other than the fact that, like, it's got a smell, it's dry, it's stenchy, but you know how sometimes when you get metal and there's a little bit of moisture, there's a bit of a corrosion. Not bad though, not like holes, but there's like a little bit of a starting to rust drip, you know?
There's nothing that I could see that would alert me there might be something on the side of it.
You do see holes in the floor that are kind of set in the same order. If you roll the dice on your perception, you might get a little more information.
But can I hear the holes in the floor?
No. No, you cannot. Nice try.
That's not. I mean, it's worth a try.
Okay.
So that's 11.
Okay. You did not get any better knowledge because maybe your knowledge for this type of stuff wasn't great, but you do know that there's definitely like a pattern of holes and there's 4 different sets of them in the room, and they seem to line up with each door.
Interesting. I make my way back over to Wolfgang.
And he's prying at this door, and he's like busting sweat now.
I thought you'd still be typing at this point.
Well, maybe, but he's starting to pry at the door because you're ending so he's ending too. Are you ending? Or you
I was just gonna go. I was gonna light some incense and meditate while he was finished typing in the pad.
Oh, okay. He never really typed. He went right to.
Well, whatever he was doing, he
Right to the
was
wires.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing.
It looked all like magic to you.
I don't know where he came from.
Okay, so at this time, I don't know what Jimothy's doing, but
I'm gonna come help him with this door.
Okay, so he sees you working at the door, and he walks over, boss, and he's got the torch with him. Go ahead.
I have a torch, a wrench, a toolkit. I would like to put on my night vision goggles.
Okay.
Isn't it bright in here?
It's not. It's pretty bright in here, but there is a crack in the door now. So maybe
That's gonna hurt your
Or if he wants to look, what do you want to look through that door and see what you could see there, Jimothy?
Because we obviously
All right, give it a
see
shot.
something through the crack in the door.
Okay, so
I step aside and let him.
So he's he turns on his night vision and looks down into the door.
Roll perception.
You have to roll for your night vision goggles, which is going to be a tech roll because you're trying to turn them on and use them.
So
And then we'll
what's
roll
that?
perception after.
What's that?
Your tech skill.
Like technician?
Yeah. I just want to know if you can even turn them on and use them. Just because you have them doesn't mean you know how to use them.
Question. Do I get the +1 bonus for non-combat?
Yep.
Okay. So just the 2 dice?
Yep. Always 2 dice. Unless I tell you otherwise.
A 12.
Okay. Is that with your add-on?
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine. You turn them on, zippity zip. Now you can roll your perception.
Okay.
Man, he's got to have good perception. I rolled snake eyes, so. As long as he doesn't roll snake eyes.
A 13.
Okay, so 13. He sees down the hall and he notices that this is like a metal hallway with another bulkhead door at the far end. He sees that, and then several doors on either side of the hallway, about 4 on each side. And the hallway is like normal man size, but there's a bulkhead door at the end, like the one you're trying to break into now, and then 4 doors on each side.
Boss, there's some more doors down this
I bet you they're locked too, aren't they?
Probably.
Everything's always locked. Why can't I steal anything
We can get this open
with
if you
ease?
want, though.
I think maybe with the two of us together, we might be able to get her open.
Yep.
If not, I
So,
do have a
you-
laser torch.
well, you could probably with your
Yeah, I do have a wrench. I have a
So
big wrench.
you stick your wrench in too, and you're gonna add both of your strength up, and you're both gonna roll to see if you guys can get through this door. You should be able to.
Is it just strength?
Yep.
No adding.
No, just strength.
I got on my dice. I got an 11.
Okay.
I got a 9 total.
Oh, and then so I got a 13 total.
Okay. So you pry the door open. It took you a little while. It actually took you like a good half hour, but you guys pry it open. You guys are a little tired, and when you just as you pry it open, your little Japanese friend behind you, it just comes out of meditation, like if it was he was gone the whole time. So, and the door is wide open, and you have a hallway, and you have one decision here before we go to your end of your turn. What do you want to do?
I want to try to.
No, as a group.
I want to try to cut open another door.
I go through the door. As soon as it opens, I stand up and I just walk through it.
Okay.
I would also like to walk through the door.
Okay, so you guys are all walking through the door.
Sure. Yeah, we're going into the hallway together.
Yeah.
I still.
I don't know if you're looking at the stream at all, but if you realize something.
It's now 2.
Yeah.
So I assume that's the turn timer you're counting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have till 6 before the guys come.
Wait, what is it?
This is the beginning of round 2. Do we have till the end of round 6? Or
I
the
haven't
beginning
had
of-
my first round yet.
I know.
Okay, you're just
Um,
making round 2 early.
Yeah, just so they know, you're gonna have yours.
Okay.
Okay, but again, is it beginning of round 6 or end of round 6?
The beginning of round 6.
Oh, okay. So we have technically 5 turns then.
Well, no, because we had the
Okay.
original one that didn't get.
Yeah. All right. So we're going over to Billy. Billy, basically, you will not arrive at your. You can speed up and arrive, but that'll take you right to turn 2. If you want to skip through the walk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
so
do
you
that.
lose a turn to catch up with them, but you are now on turn 2, and you are at the cottage area, the mountain cottage. Now, I don't have a picture here of this, but here I want to explain it to you. I want you to kind of listen. As you come up the path, you open up your eyes and you say, "Oh, what a beautiful sight it is to be here again." And there's a little wooden like hut. It's kind of run down. It's got like some tin on it and stuff like that. And it's just a rundown hut, and it's your grandfather's hut. And it's just really old and run down. And right beside it, it's like built right onto the mountain. And right beside it, there's this huge waterfall that comes down and goes down the mountain and just flows right to the ground. And you got this little wooden bridge that you cross to get to your grandfather's hut. And then there is a small work shed off to the left of that on the other side of the waterfall. So you got 2 buildings and then a waterfall that goes down the mountain. And the mountain's down pretty deep. Like you're like a couple kilometers up, and it's sheer cliffs at some points.
Cool.
So if you're afraid of heights, you don't want to be here.
Yeah. That's one thing Billy's not afraid of.
Good. So Andrew looks at you and says, "Oh, we're here. I haven't been here in about 3 years."
It's been a while, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you head on into the house and grab whatever you're looking for, and I'm gonna head on into his work shed.
Okay, so he goes into the house and starts looking for his storyteller, and you head to the work shed.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? Tell me about it.
I'm opening the door because it's unlocked.
Yep.
And I open the door and I walk inside of the work shed, and
Okay,
I'm gonna use a.
Okay, before you go
Oh.
there, I'm going to tell you a little bit. You haven't been
Okay.
in the work shed very often. It's kind of like your grandfather never said it was off limits, but he just kind of never went in there. Actually, you didn't go to your grandfather's a lot because your dad didn't like it. Your brother seemed to go there a lot more, but the work shed's full of like tools, electronical little gadgets, and mechanical things, and seems to be like metal parts and a whole bunch of different things like that. That you know it would be like a hoarder's a dream, but
Where do I find it?
and so you're kind of looking at this mishmash of metals and components and different things, and it's all in this workshop, and it looks like things have been salvaged and pulled apart and different things, and he's got a bench where he's tinkering with things, and so that's kind of what you walk into.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of rummage around, see. Is there anything in here that looks like it could have been a part of one of the giant things I saw squish my grandfather?
You could say any of the things could be a part of one of those, but nothing's like there's no hands or legs or heads or anything like that.
Okay.
But definitely
That's
lots
more
of
so what I was looking for.
yeah.
I was mainly looking for like appendages.
Yeah, there's no appendages, but there's lots of like wires and metal parts and
Once again,
Okay.
steel and so.
that's why I have my bag of holding.
Go ahead, Billy.
Sorry, I was grabbing a drink.
Yeah.
Well, upon seeing all of this junk, some of it looks useful. However, I don't seem to have the know-how to incorporate all this stuff properly, so I'm going to keep this spot tucked away in my brain
Mm-hmm.
and tell my new friend that I made at the party.
Wolfgang.
Yeah, Wolfgang.
Yep.
Once we get reconnected, I'm gonna tell him about it because I know enough about him to know that he knows that kind of stuff more than I do.
I know it better.
I don't know you.
Yes, Lincoln. He doesn't know you yet. Poor Jimmy.
Everyone knows Jimmy.
Timothy.
I don't know you.
You don't understand. The Irish boys stay on the farm a lot. Daddy doesn't like tech stuff.
Especially the oldest. Well, not the oldest, but
The second oldest. The oldest died in a
the
tech
oldest
accident.
living.
Hey, so you're keeping an eye on it. Anything else you want to do before you?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go into the house.
Yeah.
And meet back up with Andrew. That's what I was working on saying.
So as you go in and you see Andrew, he's sitting there with a device in his hand, and he's watching a video. He calls it the story machine, and the story machine's talking about different houses, and so it's sitting there talking. It's kind of like almost like a newsreel, but it's out of this world. So it's almost like a movie to you. And so what's happening is they're talking about the wars, and so they're just kind of moving along on that whole premise of the Great Wars. And so Andrew says to you, "Hey, look, the story machine! I found it."
That's what you've been coming for.
Oh yeah, the story machine. It tells you all about stories, all these fictional stories about these big houses that have multiple mechs and armies that fight each other and stuff like that. It says that it all started in the year 21 then the Earthlings, I think it says, went into space.
Okay.
I don't even know what they're talking about, but they had these things that could jump from planet to
Well-
planet.
Well, can I take a look at that and listen to some of the stories here with you?
Oh yeah, you can. But there's hours and hours of stories here. I love them. I've been listening to them for years.
So you said that you've seen big old machineries that
Oh yeah, look here, and they pulls up this story, and it's about how wars been breaking out after they made these metal mech machines that were to fight wars and stop wars, and everybody started building bigger and bigger ones, and they had these knight-like people who would ride them, and they became famous, and they got more and more popular as they rode them, and then what happened was the wars. And he says, I'm going to fast forward a bit, but the wars got so bad that they lost the technology to build them.
well, you said that these are fictitious fiction stories.
Yeah, of course.
Right?
Yeah, fictional.
Well,
Obviously, we've never been. There's no planets, and we're here. We've been here all our life.
well, Andrew, laddie,
What?
those big old machines that are in those the story machine.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen one of them before.
You have not. You're lying to
have,
me. You're just full
laddie.
of it. You've been drinking too much again,
Laddie.
haven't you been?
Laddie, one of those machines is what squashed Grandpapa.
That was what cost Grandpa?
Yeah,
No.
laddie, they're real.
What are we going to do? If they're real, the wars come to our planet, and Acord, it's gone.
We'll be all right. We're working on it.
Who's
We're
working
working on
on it?
finding a
We
solution.
don't have a military. These are military things, huge. They come and destroy. They say that conventional weapons don't work against them.
Well, that's why I'm up here. I'm looking to see if Grandpapa might have left some clues behind, and I've got a friend who works at the factory.
What
But
good
don't tell,
what is good is the farm machinery going to do for us? I don't
Well,
understand.
laddie, don't tell Papa that we have a friend at the factory, but he's working.
I tell you, Papa, if I find you talking to those Techo Germans, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
He's looking to see if there's any blueprints or any paperwork or any hidden weapon.
So we're gonna like build at
Dash
the
right.
we're gonna build at a farming machine factory, something to fight these big monsters. Which one did you see? And he starts showing you like a big atlas. Was it that one?
I don't think so, laddie.
And he goes down. He's like going down different sizes. He goes, "Or was it one of these wee little ones?" And he shows you like a little flea, right? That he's
Mhm.
and you recognize that one as the small one that came out.
Well, yeah, I think that was the one right there, laddie.
Oh, that little guy there. Oh, that's only a 15-tonner, it says here. That's small. Maybe we do have a chance to fight it. Let's go fight it now.
Laddie, what are we going to fight it with?
You got the potato gun.
Going to take an awful lot more than potatoes to take that thing down, laddie.
Well,
Well, maybe not.
I got a sword. You got a potato gun. I got a sword. Let's go. We can take that one thing down. That's all it was, right? With just that one thing.
No, laddie. No, laddie.
What do you
They
mean?
came off a big potato-sized ship.
Potato-sized ship. That's a pretty small ship.
No. It was like a giant potato.
Oh.
It took up the size.
Oh,
This thing
actually,
was
I've seen pictures of a giant potato flying. Right here, and it shows you it's a drop ship picture, and it says drop ship holds up to 12 mechs.
Aye, laddie, it was one of those.
Okay, these are pretty powerful things. They're like a flying fortress.
There's some Duke in Dutch and face. I don't know his name.
They all think they're royalty from what I've seen in these news.
They're raiding the planet, and they're hoping to get the resources from us. So
Okay.
that's why we're hoping to find some blueprints or some weaponry hidden away somewhere.
So all I have is history. See, Grandpa used to put little cards in here to show us different things, but all I have is the history card. He shows you like a card that comes out, and he takes it out, and the screen goes blank. It says insert card.
Huh.
And then it's over to the other guys.
Yay, other guys. That's us. We're the other guys.
Yeah. The same as it always was.
Yeah. Well, from you.
So I'm like, just kind of have a conversation here.
So you can have conversations for free. It doesn't count as a turn. So
yeah, so I'm thinking like, okay, we've got these off-worlders coming to the factory. If they get past the factory into the cave, and we don't close it off, all of this is for naught. That door let me in pretty easily. I'm assuming it's gonna let me out just as easily. I mean, it popped up with my last name when I was coming in, where it said my grandfather's name when we were coming in. So it's like probably a good chance I could get out and take care of the back end while you guys figure out what's going on here.
So what do you guys say to that?
I put my hand on his shoulder, give him just a nod and a grunt.
Okay. And what do you say, Lincoln?
Whatever you say, boss.
That's right. He just called you boss. Whatever you say, boss.
I know I can always count on you, Billy, and I just like quickly turn around and make it my way to the main door.
This is going to be really confusing with Billy and Billy.
Oh,
Like a snark comment.
Yeah, go.
My name isn't Billy.
Right, yeah, Jimothy, as I'm like not even looking back, I'm just running.
You saw it on his name tag, you know.
Yeah, I like tried to squint. Yeah, so I get to the main door and I'm like,
okay, I'm gonna pause with you, okay, and see what these other guys are gonna do. Is that's okay?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Oh, so you're moving on to us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm first, and I'm already in the room. So what do I see?
You see 4 doors on each, like 4 on each side, and then a door down the far end.
So the room behind us there were doors, in this room there's doors.
Yeah, but these are small man-sized doors.
All right. That's all I see in the room. There's nothing else standing out of note
You're
to
in a
me.
hallway. You're in a hallway.
Oh, we're in a hallway.
Yeah.
I turn. I look at him and go, "You get left, I get right."
Okay.
All right. I go to the first right door.
Okay. So you go to the door and you try to open it. Doesn't open.
I look for one of those keypad things because I know those things help open the door.
Okay, so there's not a keypad this time. It's kind of more traditional. You can look down and you kind of see like a lock type thing on the door. That would be kind of like a normal door lock. Not a sliding one like most of your houses have, but like a key opens the door. There's also like some sort of panel that's kind of faded off to each side, and it kind of has writing on it, but you don't really recognize the writing.
Okay. None of those are going to help me. Okay. How big is this door? Is it a man-sized door, but is it metal? Is it wood? Is it...
Everything's metal.
Does the door feel like thin? Like, does it feel like I could kick this door in?
No, you're not going to kick the door in.
Okay.
It's just a normal lock though on them.
Yep. I don't have anything to pick a lock though, so doesn't help. Yeah, if you're in a different set of doors,
his doors are very similar. His doors are very similar.
I walk to the next door.
And they're all the same. All the doors are kind of the same.
Okay, well, I investigate all the doors on my side, get to the door at the end. Is it the same thing?
No, it's the same as the one you came through at the back.
Ah. I look down the hall. I look down the hallway at him, whatever he's doing at that first door.
Okay, we'll go to him right now and see what he's doing.
Yeah.
I'd just like to see that there's a lock and then use my laser torch.
Okay, so you start up the laser torch, and you are going to try to melt through the lock.
Yeah.
So let's see how that works. Use your tech skill, because I don't be on. Because you're using a laser torch.
I have a sword and I have a med bag. Not very good at lock.
Crap, I rolled pretty bad. I only got a 13 total.
Okay, so your torch melts right through the lock, and the door opens up.
Oh, I got a low roll.
Okay, you open the door, and the door's open, and this door is very simply like crew quarters, basically.
Can I just,
You got
like,
some beds, and and some stuff like that.
how long did that take me?
It didn't take you much time,
Can I just open the
about
other
10
ones as
minutes.
well?
Yeah, you can open all the doors on your side, because there'll be 10 minutes apiece, and you have an hour, so you could do 2 of his doors too.
I'm gonna do all the doors, except for the big one, because then I'll have 20 minutes back to look at the big one.
But the real question is, how long did it take me to go to the door and go, it's locked, and move on?
Not long, like
Because that will determine where I
Yeah.
am, where I make my
yeah.
comment. To.
As you see, basically, he's burning the first door when you got to the end door, because you just moved on, and like.
All right.
And you're looking down. He starts opening all the doors on his side, and then opens the first 2 on your doors. That's an hour. He can open all the doors. You can't search them at this time. And he
Yes,
opened
but
2.
I was going to say something to him as soon as I got to the end.
Okay, so
That might
say
change
something.
the
Okay,
decision.
say yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This has another one of those pressy lighty things. Can you get through this?
Do I have time?
Not if you're going to open the doors. You
Can
can say
I only open the ones on my side?
no. You can open.
Can I 2 each?
You can do
2 on
2
each
each if you want, and you have 20 minutes, but you still won't have time to do that.
Can I open one?
So
on
basically, to choose the door of
Can I open
this.
2 on my side?
You can open the big door, or you can open the doors in the hallway. You have to make a choice.
I'll look at. Well, didn't I already open one of them?
You open one.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the big one.
You're going to go to the big one. Okay.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, I'll investigate the room he was.
Okay, so
open.
you're going to go in and search around in that room.
So,
Yeah. So that way, I have something I can do.
Yeah.
What do I have to roll to get the door open?
Okay, so you are going to. How are you going to open it? That's the question.
Well, what type of door is it?
It's like a big bolt sliding door, 2 big locks, like it's got a sub, basically.
Like 2 slide in,
Metal, yeah.
like a vault door?
Yeah.
I'd say cut through it, but that would take a long time.
Yeah, you could do it. That would take your whole rest of your turn.
Can I try to, like, look at, is there, like, circuits or something?
There's a keypad.
Can I try to, like, pry it open? And do it,
Yeah, you can try. Yep, tech skill. Remember, there's no power, though. You ran out of power in this building.
I conveniently pull a generator out.
Yeah, no, you don't have a generator, sorry.
Oh, we're out of power now? When did that happen?
When he opened that door, remember I said it's cracked open and then the power failed.
Oh, so the
Oh,
power.
so there's no lights.
It's very little. Just emergency
I have
lighting.
full light. I have night vision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's dark for me. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to
Well,
cut, I'll just cut
You might have grabbed the torch.
Yeah, I didn't realize like the lights went out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have.
they
I
went
thought
to,
just
like,
powered the
support
door off. I was.
I'd like to just use the torch.
Yeah.
What?
I'm just gonna use the torch.
Okay, you're going to cut through them? Okay, so you're going to cut through the big door. So you have one door open and you're cutting through the big door. Now we're going to go back to Logan at this point. Realizes the power is not as strong.
What about the room that I was searching during that time?
Yeah, we're going back to him and we'll come back to you.
We're going back. Then come back to me.
Yeah.
For what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you come to the door, Logan. You know that the power's not as strong, but you are going to search for that hole again, I guess.
Yeah, that's how I got in the first time.
Yep. So when you put your thumb in the hole again, you prick your finger.
Yeah.
You know, you think I should have learned from this last time, but you don't. You don't. And the door opens up, but it's not the full door. A little smaller door opens because there's no power, and it's saying power failure as it's opening. Power failure. So
Right. Okay. So I get out.
Mhm.
I'm like sidestepping just to see if it's
Yeah.
gonna like close on me, kind of thing.
it's
And I'm just
yeah.
like,
The problem is it's
I
not
don't
going to
see
close
that, and
anymore.
I just, like,
It's
I'm-
kind of dead.
got my-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like, all right. Okay. And then I've got my pen light and I'm running down the cave, kind of getting as quickly back to like the junction and Josh and what he's doing with the lifts and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, and so you see Josh walking these lifts down into a cave. The cave part that goes straight forward. He's got like 5 guys with him carrying each part. They're not light, and it's going to take him all night just to get these things in. Pretty much. If he's going to be done by 6, it's going to be close. And so he sees you and he goes, "Hey, boss, how do you want to block off this cave?"
I mean, I can only think of one way right now, unless of course you could think of something.
I like to
Can
make
we
things
just,
go
like-
boom.
You're
I was
exactly the kind of guy I'm talking.
You remember
wanna
I was
talk
I,
to,
I
right?
worked in the mines for years blowing mine holes.
That's true. It's true. All right. Do we got anything like that in the?
Well,
I know we've
you
got-
guys don't, but I got my stash of dynamite.
Mm.
He pulls out a stick of dynamite.
Well, I think if you don't want to make lifts for the, wait, you had that in your pocket?
Yeah.
Jeez, I just put aces up my sleeve. You guys,
That's how I go fishing. I don't like using a rod. I just go to the lake and throw the dynamite in.
Jeez.
Savage.
I put aces up my sleeve. You put dynamite up yours. Absurd.
You put
All right.
aces up your sleeve? Is that why I always lose to you?
I mean, I don't do that. I don't do that. It's 2s. I put 2s. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We got more important things to deal with.
You've been cheating all these years.
No, cheat me? Never.
Okay, so
Cheats.
we want to get the lifts in here, and then we want to blow a little hole. How are we going to get back to the lifts?
Well, we're gonna have to dig our way back through.
Oh,
I
that-
think we gotta make. Well, I mean, unless you can think of something else we can do. I mean, I do know of another way to get into this cave, outside of.
does your
know,
dad
the
does,
factory
does your
thing.
dad know about that?
Ignorance is bliss. So let's just leave it like that for now.
Your dad is pretty strict, you know.
Yeah, he is.
He
strict,
likes
but
to
also
likes to know
told me-
what's going on. Just
Oh,
I-
you want me to go tell him that we're gonna blow this cave up?
I think you need to talk to your dad. Because I'm
Well,
not
he's the
blowing
one
this.
that-
I'm not
Yeah,
blowing this
yeah.
cave without your dad giving me permission to blow the cave. Although I'd
Okay,
love
fine.
to see
Yeah,
it
no,
blow.
fair enough. I get this. It's your job on the line.
Yeah,
I get it.
you can't
Um,
lose your job, but I would lose my job.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's kicked me out of the house a few times, I guess, but no big deal. I'll go talk to my dad. You just keep putting this stuff down, kind of cover it up. I know we got some gray tarps and stuff in the factory there. You could probably cover that up just to help it keep the dust off of the lifts.
Okay, I don't even know why we're moving the list, but I guess your dad knows better than me.
Well, as far as I can tell, the off-worlders are coming soon rather than later. And if you would rather make complicated lifts the rest of your life, or do you want to make sheet metal? It's pretty simple.
It all sounds like I'm just a prisoner with a job.
Join the club, and I just like turn around and walk away. And I make my way to my dad.
Okay, and so we're going back to Andrew. It's in the room. He's in the room now. He sees sounds of melting metal in the back. It's starting to really stink. And you are looking around the room. You see a room with 4 bunk beds, and 4 like little foot lockers at each bunk bed.
What's that in Foot Locker number 1?
You open it up, and a whole lot of dust.
I'll return in a moment. I gotta use the bathroom.
I do the same to the other 3 because it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, they're
I assume dust in all of them.
they're pretty dusty, most of them. One actually does. It has something other than dust. It has a picture.
I'd like to examine the photo.
Okay, so you look down and it's a picture, and it seems very, very interesting, and you look at it, and it's got a picture of a little boy being held by a mother, and it's all like crackled and wrinkly, and there's some blood on the corner of the picture, and you kind of thinking like this is a pretty special picture to be laying out in the middle of a in a Foot Locker. So you wonder why it got forgotten.
First thing I wondered, how old's the blood?
I don't know how you would tell that.
Well, you can tell whether it's fresh and as it gets.
It's not
older,
fresh.
it gets more
It's like
crusted.
really, really old. Like you
Okay,
Like
so
brownish.
yeah,
it's
brownish.
very
Yeah.
dark blackish
Yeah.
coloration
Yeah.
to it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my first thought, there's blood on this, and I immediately went, someone's here.
Yeah. No, it's really old.
Making sure that's not the case.
Yeah, really old blood.
Because my
Nobody here.
survival skills, I would know blood. But, all right. I look around the room. Anything else in the room of?
It's mostly been stripped. Like, like even the beds don't have. No, the mattresses are gone. Everything's been stripped. And it kind of looks like whoever put this building here took everything out of it. Like the main warehouse area that you were in first was empty. Everything that there used to be, like even bolt holes and stuff are like everything's lifted off the floor. Like there was no computers, there was no desks. It was an empty room with 4 doors. The hallway's pretty empty. This room's got the frames of the beds. That's it. And the only reason they didn't come out is they were welded in.
Okay. Well, I guess while he's doing that, I'm gonna go back out into the main room,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna take another look at those
Holes.
Yeah, the holes, and I'm having the torch and I try to get down and see how big a holes we're talking. Like big enough I could get the torch through, or
Well, you can put the torch in, but they're round holes, and they look to be, as you experiment and look at them, they look to be threaded. So like something screws into them.
oh, okay. And there was nothing in the room that would have screwed into it that I would have noticed.
No, the room's pretty much been stripped.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess that's mostly what I spend the rest of my time doing is he's cutting through
Look at
there.
it. But yeah, you recognize that all these holes are kind of at the same intervals. They're all set up pretty much the same. They're like you look through, if you map out the holes, you would know that they're all set at exact intervals at the exact spot. So, and you hear him maybe scream every once in a while as a little bit of molten steel melts and hits his foot or something. He curses or whatever, and you continue.
I'm not that bad at mechanics.
No, I'm just saying it'll happen. Like welding is.
It will happen if you are melting metal, it's gonna start pouring and flashing. It's gonna just be hot.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not gonna get on my foot though.
maybe you can take a look at
Maybe
some of the
correct.
other rooms if you want, or maybe inspect the.
We only unlocked the one room.
Yeah, but I'm saying maybe you can inspect some of the writing panels on the side. Remember there was lettering.
You said it was too faded to make out. So I
It was
actually thought
faded, and you don't recognize the writing, is what I said.
Oh, then yeah, I'll go attempt to read.
Well, not read, but maybe figure out some things.
Okay, I will go examine the pretty pictures in the photo.
Okay, so you tell me which door you want to go to.
I'll go to the door that was opened.
What?
Oh wait, no, these are in the main room.
In the hallway.
Yeah, the door that was opened.
Yeah. So.
You said that it was.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
You're gonna
I'm
go to
gonna
that
read
one.
that one.
Okay. Okay. And so what you see there is some lettering. I don't know what languages do you speak. That will make a difference.
I didn't know we chose languages.
Yeah. You have Japanese. I know that because that's your base.
Where's the choose language option on this character?
So
sheet?
you didn't buy any other language. So you just have Japanese and basic, which is English.
Oh, you have to buy languages?
Well, that's a knowledge skill, right? To have extra.
Oh, it's a knowledge of a language.
Yeah. So you basically, you have your base that you've grew up with. So you have Japanese and you have English.
Okay.
So the one word that you recognize is quarters.
Okay.
There's a couple other words there, and you're looking at it, and it's got like a little bunk bed shape, like picture.
Okay.
And then you recognize the word quarters because that's something that you would use. Word, that wasn't lost to your language skills.
Sure.
So Okay.
Look at the first door I opened.
What? The first door you tried that you didn't open?
Yeah, the first door I tried to open.
It had basically the same look. The sign looks identical.
What about? I'll just start working my way down. Do they all look identical?
Well, we don't have time for that right now. We're gonna go to somebody else.
But the other guy's not here.
You're right.
That's why I'm just trying to kill time right now.
We're gonna go to turn
The other
3.
guy's not back
We're gonna
yet.
go to turn 3 with you guys now because he'll be caught up and he can go to his turn 3 then.
Yeah,
Just do
sounds
2
good.
turns in a row.
Wasn't he at the end of the turns anyway?
He was, but he
Yeah, we
delayed
kinda
a turn.
jumped
Yeah. He said he's gonna waste his entire turn getting there. So rather than going, all right, on to the next people, he just gave him turn 3.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll go back to Wolf for turn 3 then. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
So, at the beginning of turn 3, I'm kind of racing my way through looking for my dad in the factory.
Mhm.
And I could see him kind of on the other side as he's like directing people doing this, and like he's like getting the place cleaned up, and everybody's like hustling around doing their thing. But I make my way to him.
Did you get all those lifts done? I see most of them are gone. Have you got them
Yeah,
hidden?
most of them are gone. Yeah, I'm just not sure how we're gonna hide that cave. I mean, they're gonna go back there if it's still open.
Yeah. So blow it.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, Josh wanted to make sure.
Make sure you
Before
put a
he
tarp
blew
or
it, that he
something.
wasn't gonna lose his job.
Make sure you put a tarp down to catch some of the dust so we can make it look and sweep it back.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Put the tarp down.
Over the doorway so it blows
Over
and
the
then it kind of stays there. We take
Oh.
the tarp away, remove it. Because we got to get this done quickly because if they get a hold of us and they see some of the stuff, they're going to suspect things that aren't, well, I'm not going to get into it.
Right, because there's nothing else important back there. Just the lifts. As I say, kind of like in a snarky.
I know. And he's like, why? Did you go back there and look at things?
No, all I saw was some sort of ravine. There's
What-
nothing back there.
What are you doing exploring back there? You're not supposed to go back
You
there.
told me to go back there.
Well, I told you to put the lifts back there, not to go exploring things.
Exploring, yeah, but I mean, I gotta make sure that we can hide these things. I've got them tucked down straight ahead from where the gate is. That's all. That's all. The only.
Okay,
that's the only place
that's
I-
good. I just didn't want you to be going places you shouldn't go.
No, of course not. Because
There's
I
too
mean-
much things that could go wrong here if they think we can do things that we shouldn't be able to do.
Right. Well, in that case, it's good if we just seal off the cave altogether. I mean, those
Yes.
lifts are probably gonna have to stay back there until I don't know when, but
Yeah, those lifts speak of a history that we shouldn't have.
right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I'll get Josh on getting that cave closed up.
That junkie, he might
Hey,
blow
yeah.
up the whole cave.
Is anybody else around here that you can see that's gonna blow this thing up?
I guess we're gonna have to explore it. Believe you. You know, he uses dynamite to go fishing.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just pulled the dynamite out of his sleeve while he's working in the factory.
Like, isn't he afraid that
Like,
could
he
just
knows
go
what he's
off?
doing, 'cause
Like-
that was kind of scary.
Like that could just go off sometime. You know, that's not stable.
That's a good thing we're letting him use it, so
Oh.
he won't have it up his sleeve when he's working anymore. Well, until he gets more, I assume.
Oh,
Go
that's,
fishing, which means he has a lot.
Yeah.
whose kid is this guy anyways?
Josh? Well, he's I mean, his family's English or something. I thought,
Oh yeah, it's Josh Welch.
one of
right?
his mining. Yeah,
Yeah, there's those
no,
mining
they all in
people.
the mine.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
You know, if they haven't had they haven't had half the mountain all blown apart and explored if it was their way, but we have to keep them out of certain areas.
Yeah, I guess. But I guess I'll just go make sure Josh gets the demolitions in.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
You should keep an eye on them too, because you know I don't want the whole place blowing to crap because the guys are coming in 4 hours.
I'm pretty good at wiring stuff together. I think I can keep an eye on them.
Okay.
And I just like book it to Josh.
Okay. So back into the room hallway and the door. The door is just melted open. Lincoln, we're gonna go to you because You're the one that is at the door.
Look in the room.
What? You open it up and there's a staircase.
Can I go up or down the staircase?
Yeah, you can go up.
I'd like to go up the staircase.
So as you go up the staircase, you come into this open little area, and there's a room behind you that looks kind of like a rec room. It's just kind of an empty room. There's some cupboards and stuff. There's no couches or anything because they're all like gone. Everything's both taken away. There's no computers or anything. And you look in front of you, and there's another sealed door.
How strong is this one?
It doesn't. You don't see any like things that you can melt. It seems to seal itself, and it's pretty solid.
Can I go like inspect it for a way to open it?
You can. You see a keypad to the side, much like the first one, but there is no latching device. The doors seem to tuck away within. The bigger problem is, even if you get the keypad worked on, you have no power.
Is there a way I can make a sort of makeshift generator?
No.
Okay, can we?
You might be able to actually hook up your plasma torch to the door and see if you can get enough power to do that. But that would be some real generating, and that would be definitely taking your skills to max on the
I'm gonna try that.
recycling or whatever,
I'm gonna try that.
But you might lose your torch in the
Okay.
process
I'm not gonna try that.
because you will not have a power device for your torch if you.
I'm gonna try go back out to the main room and inspect some of those other doors.
Okay, so you go head back out. Andrew, you were where when he's walking by? You're echoed. I mean, you're muted.
Muted.
Sorry. When he's walking back up?
Well, he's coming down the stairs. You saw the door
Oh,
open.
the stairs go up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought they went.
Yeah.
Okay. So have I already had time to look at all the other symbols on the doors?
Yeah, you kind of looked at them. You saw what appeared to be like another bunk room. You saw what seemed to be like, they're kind of weird symbols. Some of them you don't recognize, but you definitely distinctly saw a male and a female type symbol on the second doors on each side.
Okay. So there was two bunks,
Yeah.
2 male females, and what was the other one?
The other ones
Or
were
the
weird symbols you didn't recognize.
I'm gonna get him started. When he comes down, when he come down, I'd be standing staring at these weird symbols, attempting to try to figure out what this might possibly be. And I'm thinking,
Okay.
and then I guess that's when he would come down.
Yep. You come down. What happens when you see him staring at these symbols?
Hey, let's head up
Hmm.
back to the main room. There's nothing up there.
Well, there's nothing in the main room. I checked.
There's some more doors in there.
Yes, but if your power's out, you're not going to get them open. They're huge.
There's also a door on the back wall too.
Oh, I guess we'll try.
Well, I'm going to say, do you know what this symbol means?
I'd like to inspect the symbol.
Okay. You inspect the symbol.
Do I have to like roll perception?
Yep.
I got a 11.
Okay, and you really clearly recognize that as a German word, and the German word means weapons room, armory.
These are weapons room.
Open it.
Yeah, open these doors.
Okay, so you're gonna spend 10 minutes opening it, whatnot.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm gonna spend 10 minutes opening one door.
now, knowing that says armory, would I recognize that other symbol matches so I could be able
No.
to figure out
No.
that symbol doesn't match?
Yeah.
Well, once you
Different symbol.
What?
these last ones do.
So the other ones have different symbols.
They all have different symbols.
Right.
So for the 2 bathroom ones, they're different symbols too, but they're male and female, clearly.
Yeah. Which I assume we have similar labels on our
Yeah.
washroom doors.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming 2 2 armory rooms, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms?
No, not 2 armory room, because there's 1 armory and 1 symbol we haven't figured out yet, which I'm gonna mention to you after you get this door open.
Okay, so I'm gonna open the door, and then I'm gonna expect the other symbol.
Actually, Andrew, I think your culture would be one of the only cultures that wouldn't have signage on bathroom doors.
I'm just saying on this planet that would be
Yeah.
concept familiar.
It would be
to
concept,
you.
yeah. Other than that, your culture might not know, but
Well, no, because
Me personally, I live in the woods for the past
Yeah.
20 years, past like 10 years of my
Yeah,
life. So,
so-
no, my washroom symbol is bush.
Okay, so you open the armory
yeah.
without any problems. Your torch is still working good. And
Can I just say, you look in here, I'll go get that other door.
yep. So he's gonna move to the door across the way. That has a different symbol.
I'd like to move
What?
that symbol.
Yep. And I go into the room.
You again, it's another German word, and it just very simply says, maintenance.
This is a maintenance room. I'm ahead in here, so I'd like to open that door.
Okay. So you open the armory door, and you go in the armory door, and you see cages of racks to hold hand weapons, and they're like labeled like different types of weapons, and you see like places for helmets and body armor and different things like that. But there is only in the one area at the very end you find the last thing. Roll your dice and see what you find.
2 dice?
Yep, always 2 unless I tell you so.
That's pretty good. What do I add?
You add your perception.
My perception. That's really good then. So that's 14.
Okay, so you find 4 armor, actually 5 armored jackets. Like they're kind of like flat jackets.
Okay.
And so they are ballistic jackets. So they
Alright.
protect about from armor from ballistics. Now you can just leave them there, or you could tell your friends.
I will put one on because I am currently shirtless and getting a little chilly.
Okay.
Are you gonna give one to me?
I am putting one on first.
Okay.
I don't know how much time do I have left.
Well, you've been going through it. Your time is, you're probably spending, it's probably going to be the searching, but you only found this. It wasn't that hard. Some of the cabinets were locked,
Have, like,
but so you still have another probably 15 minutes.
All right. Well, I equip mine. Can I carry the other? We'll
They're
say
too heavy
3?
for you to carry.
They're too heavy for me to carry 3 of them.
Yeah, because you also have all your other stuff. And one of the things about this game, it tries to cut down on what you're carrying. So, to make it.
Well, I don't have my bow. So my other stuff includes my survival knife,
Yeah,
my herb bag, my binoculars, a scroll, and
Yeah.
my pen.
You're allowed to carry 4 items
carry
and
6
2 weapons. You can carry 1 armor on you. That's why I didn't penalize you for taking that, because it's your armor. When you take armor,
So you can only carry 4 items, but we have to take 4 items.
Yep. So
So I
on
can't
you,
carry anything new without getting rid of something sentimental.
or putting it somewhere. Right now, you don't have a home. That's why.
I have a bag.
Yes, it's true.
I do have a bag.
I will expand that, but early on, we're keeping it tight.
Okay.
Well, currently
So how do I?
You can tell him to come and get a pair. On
So
himself.
I can't carry one over to him then?
Well, you could probably carry it over to him because you're not using your weapon. Yeah, your weapon.
Because
It's like, but you're not
like I said, in my hands, I couldn't carry 3 jackets.
Well, you
I'm
could,
not gonna
but you
store
could.
them. I'm dragging them
Yeah.
over him.
Yeah,
My plan is to go over, throw 1 to him, and then go into the bunk area and put 2 on each of the beds.
Yeah, well, because
yeah. You can take a couple trips and do that, clean up.
Do anything else while you're carrying them.
Yeah, you just can't use your weapons while you're carrying them. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on. I'm not again. I want to take them from here, give
Yeah.
him 1, and put 2 in the bed.
No
You
problem.
just can't do anything
Okay.
else when you're holding them.
Yeah, you can't just carry them around though. Like if you're throwing them in and say, "I'm going to carry these around," no.
No, yeah. I wasn't planning to carry them. I was literally going to the room, going here,
Okay,
going to the other room, putting them for them.
Yeah.
That's
you can do.
okay. That's what I want to do with them.
So,
So that's what I will do.
can I put on a jacket, like the jacket
Well, right now you're working, but you can in that process.
As you're working, a flak jacket gets thrown up against the wall next to you, and I just don't say a word to you, and I just keep going. I go into the bunk room.
Okay. So then I get this door open, right?
Yep.
And I have like what, 15 minutes left?
Yep. Now, we are going to continue with you open that door. What do you want to do for the last 15 minutes? I want to speed this up a bit.
Well, can I just look in this
Yep.
maintenance room?
In the maintenance room is again like every other room. It's pretty much cleaned out. You can do a what do you call it? Roll perception to see if you find anything.
Okay. I got a 6.
Okay, so 6 total.
Yeah, 6 total.
You see nothing. You're like, man, this room's pretty empty, and you just keep going.
Wait, can I use my salvage skill instead? Because I'm salvaging.
No, there's nothing to salvage.
Okay.
You have to find it before you can salvage it. Okay, so if you guys put this armor on, you can add concealed flak armor. Okay.
Where do I add that?
Okay, and it's ballistics, and it's going to be 6 points. So instead of your 2 that you used to have, you'd have 6 points, and you'd have a ballistics, and it does -1 to ballistic weapons.
So, I still have my other armor on though, right?
Well,
So it does ballistics. What does that mean?
it means like if you're getting shot with ballistic weapons, it'll take the damage off that. But if you're
Energy weapons, it won't.
yeah, that's right. That's
Gotcha.
exactly.
Wait, so what do
So ballistics -1. You said.
Yeah, -1, and then you have 6 pips.
Can you
Yes,
do that? I
yes.
need to go use the washroom.
Just till we come back.
If everybody else is going to get it, they can put that on theirs as they want to. If they want to wear it, they don't have to wear it. But that's 6 extra hits you can take from a ballistic weapon, so it's worth doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gone to the washroom. Andrew, you are going to do what now? Just so I can get back to Billy. It'll be so nice when everybody's together.
I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of
Searching rooms and stuff.
switching rooms.
Moving flak things.
Yeah, but I brought the 2 flak jackets in there, and I'm kind of deciding, going,
Now you look at the 2 bathrooms, and the doors on them actually aren't as sturdy as locked. You realize at this time that they're just a slide lock.
oh, can I attempt to open it then?
Yeah.
Slide lock?
Yeah.
Sure. What do you want me to roll for that?
You don't have to roll anything. You just open it.
Oh, so they're not even locked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just kind of says
Cool.
in use. You know, like well, you don't know that because you can't read that. But
Oh, it's an outhouse type. Okay.
like it's
So I
just
kind of like start pushing out and go,
yeah, and then you realize
So I
it
got it
opens. And so when you go inside, there's a couple showers and sinks and then toilets.
I attempt to see if there's water.
You try to turn on the water and no water comes out. Maybe due to the lack of power.
Sometimes water still works with no power.
But no water comes out.
It depends on the situation. I wanted to check. Broken.
Okay. And so then we're going back to Billy.
All right. Well, laddie, I've been listening to the stories and learning all this history.
Mhm.
And I keep thinking to myself, where would he hide some of this stuff if he were to keep any of it alive?
I don't know, but Grandpa used to have a bunch of discs that he could put in these story things.
Do you know where he used to keep those?
They're all gone. I don't know where they are. Maybe he had them on him.
Maybe.
And he pulls out the disc. He shows you, this little disc here. This kind of slides in. You ever seen anything like it?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay.
But I'll keep my eye out for him. If I do see any more, I'll tuck them away and bring them back.
Okay. And he says, and he kind of ticks that in his pocket. He goes, I'll keep this one safe so nobody ever finds it. And he
That's
takes
a good idea.
And he goes, I think I'm getting tired. I'm just going to lay down for a bit. So if you want to keep looking around, you can. And so he goes to grandfather's room and lays down. And as he opens grandfather's room, you see pictures and stuff of grandfather and his parents, or your great-grandparents. And then, like, your picture of your mom. You don't see any pictures of your dad anywhere in this place.
Yeah, seems about right. That's okay. Can I
Yep.
use one of my plot points and
Yep.
pull out the micro recorder that I have?
You can, yep. And what
I
would
want to
you like
listen. I want to listen to that and see what is on it.
Okay, so you've had this micro recorder for years, and you've never really listened to it, but you turn it on and you start listening to it, and it's a lot of, like, really thick dialect, like you haven't talked this way in so long. It's like really, really thick, and you're like, man, this is really, really heavy stuff, and it seems like it's like high pace and really, like, intense. And you hear all of a sudden he says, "Oh, I'm heating up. I don't know what to do. And then it just goes dead for a second. And you try to rewind a bit more, and you get a little further back. Now roll a dice.
Just one?
You're 2, like you're normal.
Okay. Add anything?
Do you have like I would say still perception, probably, I guess.
Yeah, I've got perception.
Yeah.
All right, so
Because you're kind of just fast
is-
forwarding and stopping at certain spots.
I got an 11.
Okay, so as you stop this time, you hear him, a guy talking, and he says, we really took a beating last time, and I think we got to get out of this war thing, or we're not going to survive. Our families will have no life if we continue to be mercenaries in this war. And so, we were talking that in the head council that we are going to stop and find our own planet. And then it dies, conversation again. Kind of like squelches, and you try to find what he was saying about, and then your old recording is kind of like degraded.
Wait, you didn't add my armor.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So where did you put it?
I just added the buttons. I didn't add the name because you can do that on your own. Okay. So, anything else you want to do?
No, I think I'm going to join Andrew and get
Take
some
a bit,
sleep.
take a little bit of rest. Okay.
What's the armor?
So you're going to rest for an hour, because then, 45 minutes or so. Okay.
Okay.
So you and your brother are taking a quick nap. Okay.
What's the armor called?
Ballistic armor. Okay, we're coming back to the other guys, and we are now on turn 4.
All right, turn 4. So I'm back at Josh again. I was like, all right, big man himself said we got to blow this thing to Kingdom Come.
Are you sure about that? Kingdom Come. And he starts pulling more out of his shirt. Like he's got like 6 pieces of that.
Oh no, we just need to close it up. All right. Sorry. I just got ahead of myself a little bit. No, we just need enough to kind of close it off. We're gonna put some tarps down so we can get
Oh.
like the dust out of there and
Hold
stuff.
on. I messed something up here. I don't know how to go
Oh
back.
yeah, it's
There we
my
go.
head.
Okay. Kingdom Come, okay, and then like, oh, you just want
Yeah,
you just want a small blow up. You don't want Kingdom Come.
Well, we kind of want to be able to get back here again in the future if we can. But everybody else that's out there in here getting the stuff in. As soon as we're done, I want you to essentially set the charge off. The sooner we do this, the better that is.
Okay.
All right.
My dad used to do a lot of charges when we did the mining. You know, it wasn't until the accident that I got out of mining when he blew himself up.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. You're
Yeah,
okay to do this now, though.
yeah, like he's fine. He just has no arms and no legs. he just talks a lot now, and he yells at me a lot more. But you know, that's why I went to the factory to work, so I didn't have to worry about him, you know, complaining so much, and I could pay for the family to have food in the house and stuff. And so that's why I went that way. I'm better than my dad with dynamite. Like
I'm like kind of like casually like trying to wait. Like I'm like, well, you know what? You're pretty fortunate. You have only lost a finger in the factory, so you're doing all right for yourself. But we got to start.
Miss the finger.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good. We're happy to have you. Be even happier if you start working on that dynamite, though.
Okay, so he's like starting. He goes, "You can't rush this though at all. Like you got to set it up properly. I got to make the right things. I'm gonna need a drill to drill the holes here and here and here." And he puts 4 spots. And I'll put the 4 dynamites right there. I'll blow it straight down there, and it'll close the hole right up.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of like to see if like his plan is actually good.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have demolitions, but
Nope.
I'll do an intelligence check.
Yep. Intelligence check.
Is dynamite technology?
Nope, it is not. It's demolitions. It's
Okay.
actually there's actually a check in it.
Yeah, well, I was thinking of my tech empathy ability.
Yeah.
6, 7, that would be a 9.
So you look at it and you're thinking, you don't know if he's doing it right or not, but you're like, I guess I should trust him. You failed.
Like,
you
yeah,
failed,
you
to,
know
ro-
what?
you failed
Yeah.
to roll, just so you know.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, you know what? This seems right. Yeah, I mean, they're evenly spaced.
Should
It looks pretty
should I
good.
put another 2 here, maybe?
Another 2 there.
Yeah, like right up at the top, right there, and then cave it down right in. We might be able to shake the whole mountain.
Well, I mean, we don't want to make this a really big explosion that the guys with gigantic weapons will come and wonder why we're blowing up the mountain.
Oh, that's true. I wonder what one of these would do to those giant mech things, robotic people.
The dynamite?
Yeah, and he's holding the dynamite.
Yeah. No, we should probably figure that out because I mean, as you said, we don't want to be slaves forever, do we?
I wonder, maybe if I could get this in the right spot, I could do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, today's probably not the day. We kind of just gotta see what they're coming for. We're not really even sure. Like they're coming to inspect it, but apart from your dynamite, what weapons do we really have?
There's rumors of some miners seeing some weapons.
I gotta like mentally put
There-
that in the back of my head for the time being.
These old timers, they used to talk about it in we never knew what they were talking about, but there was parts of the mines that were closed down.
I mean, we get our metal and stuff from them. Maybe we would, you and I can maybe talk to them and see what they're up to sometime. But for now, let's get on that. Let's keep finishing up with the dynamite.
Okay, and so he starts getting drills, and he's asking you to help him for the next hour drilling, and
Yeah, no, that's what I'll do.
yeah, okay, heading over to the guys inside, Andrew and Lincoln.
Am I first of those two,
Yep,
or
you are first. Did you drop a load in the toilets even though they don't flush?
No.
Okay. That would be
I'm
spelled.
generally trying to think of what I want to do right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't care about the maintenance bay. He's kind of got that.
Mhm.
There.
There's
I guess
two
I
more
haven't
doors.
gone upstairs yet.
Nope, you have it. There's 2 more doors, remember? There's 4 doors in each
Yeah,
side.
that I can't open. Yeah, and I thought I opened both the bathrooms.
4 doors
So
on
there's
each
only
side.
one door then?
Yes, 1 on each side. 4 doors on each side. You've opened maintenance, 2 bunk rooms,
Oh, I thought what were the other 2 door symbols then?
right beside the. You didn't know them. Nobody checked them out.
I thought there was only 3 on each side.
No, 4 on each side.
I will call Jim. I don't know his name. I'll call.
Hey,
I'm
you.
just kind of going to go, you,
My name's
Oi.
Jimothy.
Jimothy.
Jimothy Gilbert.
You need to know what these doors say.
Not Jimmy. Jimothy.
Sure, I don't care. I don't. What are these 2 doors here? What do they say? You seem to know what they say.
I'd like to check them.
One has a red cross on it, and it says in German medical.
This is medbay. Then I'd like to go to the other one.
And the other one, it says, and it opens up and it says kitchen or mess hall.
This is kitchen.
Can you open them?
How long is it going to take to open them?
10 minutes per door.
I'll open them both up.
Okay, so he opens up both doors.
Which one's the open? When the med bay, everyone opens first.
The med bay.
I'll go investigate the med bay. I would like to go and see what's set up in here, because someone who knows medical-y
Yep.
stuffies,
Yep.
and the fact that I have like a med bay supply, I want to see if there's any supplies left, anything could be of use to me.
Yep. Okay, so you go in, and once again, the room's very stripped, but there is a bed in the middle that is bolted to the ground, so it didn't get removed.
Is it like kind of like a surgical table?
Yeah, like a surgical table, but
Okay.
but there's like no blankets or cushions on it. It's everything that could be stripped was stripped. And there is a swivel light that comes down that actually wasn't stripped. So kind of like a light.
Does that have power?
No, it is not have power.
Okay.
And,
Didn't
then
know
you,
if it might have been battery
and then
operated.
you look over and there's like some tubes that come out of the wall that got like that could be things hooked up to, but there's nothing there obviously. But the lines are still there, kind of like air lines and stuff, and
Right.
it's a functioning med bay that's been stripped.
So it's not functioning.
So there were left no chemicals, no.
You went into one cupboard and you did find some wraps, like Band-Aid wraps.
All right. I would like to begin to unpack some of my supplies.
Okay, you're putting supplies in the cupboards. Okay. So you're putting like herbal medicines and stuff in there, and you're like, man, this makes a good place to work on people,
Yep, that's what's gonna be. And then whatever I
As you do
empty
that,
my bag.
roll your dice. I forgot to use the perception roll in there. So
Sure.
I always give a bonus if you roll perception.
Can I use a plot point because I know medical stuff?
What would you like to use this plot point for?
To see. We already went through the whole thing of searching. I wanted to use a plot point then for finding to find something useful. I don't know, can I
What is your
retroactively do
plot?
that?
No, what is the plot that you're trying to find? Tell me that.
The plot.
I would like to use a plot point to conveniently find an entire mech.
No, like
No.
what are you looking for?
I'm looking for
A bag of
some
scrap.
kind of sanitizer so I can begin to sanitize this room because it's covered in dust.
Okay, so
I saw that. I know that my
so-
therapist told me you have to sanitize
yeah,
before you.
okay, so you roll your dice.
Sure. That's not bad. And you said perception.
Mhm.
So that's going to be 7, 8, 9.
And as you're doing that, Jimmy walks in, right? And he said, there's nothing in the maintenance room, but I did see this jug. And he's got this jug of like bleach.
I hold my hand out and go, I need this.
And he gives it to you. I rolled the snake eyes, so that's why I had to
Awesome.
give you something. I had to give you something. Okay.
I spend my next hour sanitizing the med bay.
And you're up. You open what? Kitchen. Do you want to go in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll it to, or tell me what you're going to see, or what you're going for. Or what are you looking for? What's going on?
Maybe looking for some sort of electrical, maybe like a toaster, a stove.
Okay, so when you go in there and you look around, you do see like all your cupboards, and then you see like a fridge and a big stove that's built right in. And
What type of stove is it?
well, you're gonna walk over to it.
Yeah, I'd like to inspect the stove.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
I'd like to see what powers this stove.
How are you gonna do that? Tell me.
Well,
Explain it to me so I
it's
can know.
built into the wall, right?
Yeah, it's built into the wall.
Like,
It's a General Electric.
is there a way to sort of see what's sort of powering it?
Sort of like turning knobs.
Yeah, I'll try to turn some knobs.
Okay, as you turn the knob, it starts to spark, and like flame comes up.
Can I try to build some sort of makeshift heat generator?
Like, what do you mean? Tell me. You have to explain.
Well,
you can't ask me a question. Tell me what you.
Well, because it's burning some sort of gas, so I can
Yep.
make that into some sort of generator. Right?
With what?
Well, I have a bag of scrap that can be used for
Hey,
anything
so
that's
you
relevant to
work
the
away
plot.
for a little while, and you build yourself a steam engine. You boil water, steam pushes it through the hole, causing things to move. Not much use, but you built the steam engine.
But I want to make like something that can power the thing. Can I try to turn that into electricity?
It's not going to turn into electricity unless you figure out something that can generate that and create a little electrical circuit.
Steam power's pretty good though.
Not necessarily useful though.
Okay, so you work away, you're fiddling around. Do you look in the fridge or anything?
I just want to sort of look for stuff I can take.
Okay, so you look around, you go in the fridge.
Can I like roll for salvage?
You can roll for what do you call it? Oh, salvage. You want to salvage something?
Yeah, like just salvage parts and stuff.
Okay. What are you going to salvage from? What are you going to take?
Whatever I can easily access.
Well, you have a sink, you have a fridge, you have a stove. So
I'll try the stove.
So you're gonna take apart the stove?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm like, this is useless. I'm gonna take apart the stove.
Okay. So you start roll and see if what you can salvage.
So it's my salvage and then just 2 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I got a 15.
Okay, so you were able to take apart the stove. You realize you didn't want to take too much because you don't want the gas leaking in the place because you create this a bomb out of here. But you were able to take the metal and some of the sparkers and stuff, and you were able to create a little torch from it. You were like not as powerful as your plasma cutter laser torch,
but reliable light and heat.
Yeah, like a little torch,
like a normal blowtorch, almost.
Yeah, kind of like a little fuel propellant torch. But the stove is not working anymore.
Okay. Can I try to salvage from the refrigerator?
You can open up the fridge. Your time's running out though, because you.
Oh yeah. Like, can I search the fridge?
Yeah, you open it up, and the fridge is still cold.
I wanna.
And you see frozen things in there.
I'd like to tell my friend that I still don't know the name of.
Okay. You gotta call him over and say, "Hey, come look at this frozen stuff."
Hey, come look at this fridge.
And as you do that, a mouse runs across the floor.
Attack it.
You can try to attack it if you want, with wet weapon.
It has to attack me first, though.
The mouse just runs away from you. You would panic and you're scared for a moment.
Is the mouse in my med bay or in the kitchen?
In the
Actually,
kitchen.
no. The mouse would not run away from me. It would attack me. It hates me.
No. Anyways. All right. So you're moving over there. We're going back to Billy. He's waking up from a good rest, another hour rest.
Mm-hmm.
Brother's like, I still don't know if I'm going to sleep it off some more. I don't really have a lot to do here, but did you look back in the shed for any of those cards?
No, but now that I know what I'm looking for, I'm gonna head on back into the into the shed, the workstation there, and look around.
Okay.
So I'm gonna head back into the workstation, and I'm gonna look.
What is in your inventory right now?
I have a helmet.
Yeah.
I've got the recorder. I've got a box
Mm-hmm.
from my great grandfather.
No, but not, what else? When you picked up the helmet, you picked up one other thing.
A helmet and gloves. I didn't. What else did I?
You didn't write it down,
Goggles?
did you? No.
It was goggles, wasn't it? No,
No.
it wasn't goggles. No, I didn't write it down. I guess.
Andrew says, "Hey, what's that piece of paper sticking out of your butt?"
I pull it out and I read it. What is it?
It's a map, and as you open it up, there's a card stuck in the middle of the map.
Oh yeah.
I thought you said you'd never seen any of these before.
Well, I forgot that I had this. If I'm being honest with you, laddie.
You must have really drank too much, didn't you?
I don't drink. That's the thing, laddie.
Well, you drank last night. I saw you getting into Daddy's squilch.
It wasn't me. My character doesn't drink.
Remember you had a drink of your dad's squilch at the funeral? Does
I don't
anybody
think
else
he had it.
remember?
I know he grabbed it. He
Okay.
grabbed a couple.
I
of them.
grabbed his arm and said we need to talk outside.
No, when you were outside you were with his distillery.
Yeah,
you
you did
Yeah.
take
grabbed
some.
a couple
Oh yeah,
bottles.
I took bottles. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say
you
I
didn't drink
drank
them.
it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
brother-
what I'm
the
saying.
brother
I
only
don't think he
drank.
drank it.
Okay.
He just stole
Only the
alcohol
brother
from
drank
them.
some. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I stole bottles. I didn't drink any
Yeah,
of it.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I did
Oh.
it again.
Uh-oh, you clicked the button and you fixed it.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I get twitchy. Like, okay, so what are you doing?
I'm going to go into the workstation and pull up to the desk
Okay.
or the workbench or whatever, and I'm gonna rummage around and I'm going to find one of the discs.
You're not going to find another disc. Sorry. You already got one. I'm
Okay.
not giving you another one. Sorry.
All right.
Nice try.
Then in that case, I'm looking around for paperwork that looks similar to the paperwork that I have.
Well, you have a map, is what you have. It doesn't. You don't recognize what this map is of, but it is a map, and it's got lots of little drawings on it. It looks like tunnels and different things, and
Has the map of the building we're in.
Okay, it's a map. It's not a blueprint.
no, it's a map.
Okay.
Mhm.
When you said there was a little chip inside of it, my brain was like, okay, he's saying it's a map, but like it had a chip inside of it, so
Yeah.
it's probably a blueprint.
Yeah, because you
But
rolled
no,
up
okay,
the
it's a
map
map.
with the chip
Yeah,
inside of
you
it
put the chip inside it.
last week.
Because there was a chip inside of it.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Never heard of chips. There's no chips on this planet.
Well,
I'm
sticky
going
things
to-
that go in the storybook thing.
Can I examine the map?
Yes,
Does
you
the
can.
area look familiar to me?
It doesn't look familiar offhand, but you could do a survival roll and see if
Okay,
there's
I'll
anything
do
you can pick out.
I thought I was done rolling that for the night. I rolled a 7 total.
Oh, you successfully realize that right on the map there's a waterfall that is in front of all the other little tunnel things.
Oh, hey, it's a map of here.
City, Andrew.
All right. What like where what or is there? You say there's all sorts of tunnels. Like, Is there any labeling? Is there any
labels.
words?
There's little
Any-
X's and scratches that you wouldn't recognize. Just
Okay.
markers on this map, and it's just kind of like
Cool. I'm going to try and find an entryway into said tunnels.
where are you gonna look?
I'm gonna look on the map and look for one of the scribbles.
There seems to be no real entryway except for these tunnels end at the waterfall that you recognize.
Okay, so I gotta go into the waterfall.
Well, I figured I'd give it to you pretty obvious the first time, but I'll
Yeah, well,
Obviously, a hidden waterfall.
I figured that there could have been a couple ways in, but there probably are a few ways out. I suppose I'll make my way to the foot of the waterfall and make my way in.
So you're gonna go down the hill to the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's gonna take you 2 turns. You're gonna be on your last turn as you go into the, because it's a far way down. So are you gonna tell your brother?
Attack you again.
No, he said he was gonna rest.
Okay.
I'm gonna let him be.
Okay. So you're gonna make this journey on your own, and that's gonna take you a couple turns, if you don't mind.
That's totally fine.
Okay. There we go. Going back to you guys.
Right. So
We're starting turn 5.
yeah. So turn 5. Are we wrapping up the dynamite now?
Yep. Dynamite's all ready to blow. Anytime, sir, boss. Whatever you want it blowing.
All right. Is everybody out of the cave? We've got it all covered up. We gotta
where's
put the
Ji-
tarps down. so
Where's
we get the
Jimmy
stuff out.
and the other guy that went with you?
Oh, yeah, they saw a exit out the side of the mountain. They were kind of checking it out. They said they were just coming around the other side of the village here soon.
Oh, okay. So they're
Oh,
okay if I blow?
Oh yeah, they'll be fine. You don't have to worry about them. They're gonna.
Well, this is gonna get awkward on my turn real fast.
It's good that you got that med bay all sanitized.
Yeah, it's good thing I got that medbay fixed up and I'm wearing my new fancy armor. Because, ooh, gee, this might get awkward.
This explosion isn't gonna hit us though. It's super far away.
No, but my current plan is I'm going back to look for pieces of equipment like a generator to power this place up. So I'm gonna be walking down the tunnel when they blow it up.
Dust coming everywhere.
It might be the end of me real quick here.
Anyway, so I've got my finger on the
Okay.
trigger that he's got wired up,
Okay, we're gonna go
and
ahead. I guess we're
everybody's
gonna go
like,
back it up. And
everybody's like in their safe zones. Like most people are not even on the factory floor anymore, right? I'm sitting there. It's like, well, there's no time like the present. Boom.
Okay, so I need you to roll a survival check, Andrew, to tell me how
Perfect.
close you were. How close you were to this if you were heading there at the same time.
I wouldn't even know that he was coming up the way.
It'd be great if you had communication devices that you could talk
Be
to.
great radio devices. Yeah, I'm thinking of I wanted to radio up to him like, hey, bring a generator so we can power this place up.
Yo, I have a communicator.
Yeah, but nobody else
How much
does.
stuff does he have?
Oh, right, you would have a communicator. I wouldn't
took
have thought about
he
that.
took a thing to give him extra stuff.
I have my
He
communication
took
kit.
that the rich one where you get extra stuff.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I guess it also would have made sense because you were radioing each other. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought about that till he mentioned that. Well, with me being an introvert, I wouldn't have come and confronted him, but hey, I'm going to head back. I would have just left.
So what did you roll?
I rolled 11.
Wow. So you're just turning the corner, and all of a sudden you hear this boom. If you were to roll one lower, you would have been right in the middle of it. But you just made it so the boom came, and the wind and the dirt and rocks come flying, and the exit that you're about to turn into is gone. It's just a wall of rock now, and you're like choking back dust.
Mm.
And the dust comes flying into the front area of the. And it was a lot bigger than you thought. And if you're anywhere near the mountains, i.e., on top of the mountains, walking your way down to a waterfall, or you are in the thing in the back, you feel a huge shake.
Or if you happen to be the people on their way to the mountains the next hour.
Yeah, but they're still out of town. They're driving. They're going to be a little ways away.
Oh,
They would
Oh,
they
they're
could
driving
travel pretty
too,
quick.
yeah. I mean, it's in the mountain. Like,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be able to feel it. Like,
But you feel a shake, and you feel all of a sudden, Brady, you feel a gust of wind come, and the water ripples out a bit on the waterfall.
Cool.
Oh, so it's all one connected system. It's throughout the entire mountain, which is why they didn't want the miners blowing it up. Makes sense now.
I just kind of stand there, and I after like kind of I rounds the corner, and I look at this wall of rubble and dirt.
Good thing you spent the last hour sterilizing.
Well, if I didn't, I would have been there this turn. I would have showed up while they were still drilling. I was like, I thought of something. It would have been great. And then he goes, "Yeah, we're gonna blow it now."
No, you would have been there before they blew it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would have said, "Hey, let's get some generators back there." We would have then had generators. But
Okay, so it's blowing, and you're blocked off from them now.
Yep.
And,
yeah. Well, that's fine. That's kind of what I want.
I guess I head back.
But yeah, for me, I'm thinking like, okay, there's dust everywhere and stuff. Like, things need to be tidy up.
Yep.
In the fridge.
So we're getting like everybody in the factory is gonna be like, I'm
On
directing
cleaning,
people to on just cleaning, like just
Yeah.
get all the dust, get all the excess rock that's kind of flowing in. And
They
stuff.
recruited a few extra villagers for a cleaning job for a couple of days, for like a night. So everybody in the community showed up to help vacuum up the dust.
What's a vacuum?
Well, the new guy I hired to clean things up is currently trapped behind the wall of rock.
you're looking for, where's the broom? Where's the broom?
Where's the
I we want to sweep. Where's the broom?
We only have one broom in this factory?
No, but it
And
was
I lit it
my
on
lucky
fire.
broom. It was my lucky broom.
Your lucky broom. Oh, man.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, we got no time for this. Just grab whatever you can.
Where's my broom?
But I would say it's safe to say I probably spend like this turn
Yeah, and you're gonna meet
and
me.
next turn.
Yep.
And then, yeah.
Okay. So you head back to the ship. Anything you're doing there, Lincoln? Now? Anything?
Wait! I had
Yeah, you're heading
Hold
back.
on.
Ship?
Sorry, you head back.
the
to
ship.
You head back to the bunker.
That's big news.
The ship, eh? I'll just write that in my notes here. The ship.
Sorry, the bunker.
I'll keep that one for later.
Yeah, I'll put that in my back pocket.
Now I know there is a ship in this bunker.
No, the bunker is a ship.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's one of the two.
Under
We're
a
actually
mountain.
on the Argo right now. Surprise.
The Argo.
Surprise, this entire mountain is actually just one big...
No, Andrew, we're on the bunker.
Oh, you're right. We are on the bunker.
It's just one
Good
big
ship.
spaceship the
Good
entire
ship.
mountain.
Okay, keep going.
But yeah, so
Anyways.
no, I start walking towards the bunker, and then I have another epiphany. There's another way out of here. Because that wouldn't have been blocked off, right?
Were you talking about our original
The
findings?
little
past
hole?
that?
Yeah, the hole.
Yeah, the little hole. Yeah.
I go towards that. And I thought,
Okay, but you didn't tell Jimmy about the hole.
nope. Nope. Jimmy heard an explosion, rippled down the tunnel. I'm gone. He's alone.
I'm freaking out about a rat.
He's in the kitchen screaming because there's a mouse in there.
He's
And
got a
I-
radio, so he'll be
I
fine.
closed the door to my med bay, and like my med bag is currently in there, so I'm not carrying it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I made sure to clean up an inventory space so I could carry a generator.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
I make my way towards the tunnel.
Okay.
That I broke.
What?
I said I had a steam generator that I broke.
Yeah.
I made it, then immediately destroyed.
So I don't know how long that will take me. I assume probably the rest of my time.
Yeah, you're making your way out the tunnel. And
Perfect.
Where is this tunnel exactly?
You don't
You
know
don't know.
about it.
You don't know about it.
So you're in this big metal
I'm gonna
coffin.
keep searching this big metal thing.
Okay, where are you going to search?
I'm gonna go back to that big main room that had more doors.
On the
How'd
far
he
end?
get out? The door was shut, wasn't it?
No, he was left open, a small man-sized door. So you're going to go down.
That he doesn't know about, though.
He has a radio.
No, but like.
But he
the
hasn't
main
come
door
back
to
in
that
there
big
yet.
Room was shut.
What?
Because you remember I had to try to open the doors with all those panels.
Mm-hmm.
That door was shut. There's no way back out.
He opened it.
Oh, he opened it.
Bilko opened it with his blood.
That's how I got out.
Yeah, it was
Because I saw him do that.
There's
I was grabbing
one
the
door
sword
on
when
the
he was doing it.
far end that has not been expanded.
I'm gonna go open that door.
Are you going to look at the labels?
I'm gonna look at the labels.
In German, it says engineering room.
I'm gonna go in there.
So you go in there and you see this big, huge room, and you open it up and it's got all the it looks like a big engine in it.
Big engine.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make power?
Probably if you can get it to work.
Can I get it to work?
Okay, if you want to work on the engine. So for the next
Ooh,
2
it's
hours.
actually a hyperdrive.
So for the next 2 hours, you are
Nee, nee,
working
nee,
on
nee,
an
nee,
engine.
nee, nee, nee.
The next 2
How-
hours.
How much is a few hours?
The next 2 hours.
Oh, next 2 hours. I heard
Then
a few hours.
you're working on an engine to see if it works. Okay, we're gonna go to Brady, who's the only one who has not advanced to the final turn.
I'm gonna pull brand new engine parts, brand spanking new off the factory line out of my bag of scrap.
Don't exist on this planet.
All right, so I'm at the bottom of the cliff now,
Mm-hmm.
and I roll up to the waterfall, and I'm just gonna walk through the waterfall.
Okay, you get drenched, completely wet. The water is forcing you, and it's like so powerful, like it's almost beyond your strength. So I need you to roll a strength roll to see if you can make it through this water.
Wait, we're on turn 6 now? What?
7.
Okay, so you stumble and you actually take an injury on your one leg. You need to put a wound on your wound chart. Okay, and you're still pushing through though. Roll another roll with your strength.
10.
Okay, you feel better about this pushing. You get because you can kind of see a open, vast area behind it, and you're gonna need to roll another strength roll.
See, I would already be dead.
12.
You stumble again. The water's pressure is coming hard, and you take another wound.
Oh, damn.
You are probably at a point where you have to roll for.
Is he not taking strain as well?
You probably have to roll to see if you can handle that wound. Probably by now.
And this is why we have the med bay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out this chart here. This is the only thing that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so in your chart, you've
Yeah.
taken 2 wounds. I'm going to pull you up just so I can see you. Okay, you've taken 2 wounds.
So I'm looking at the physical
you
condition
need to roll,
monitor.
You need
yeah?
to roll a 2d6. Okay,
Okay.
and you got to beat a 3, but you have a -1 on it. So you need a 4.
Well, I didn't roll that.
Okay, and you don't have a reroll right now. So you are going to take a fatigue damage.
Okay.
And so right now, all your checks are -1. Okay?
Okay.
Because you're fatigued. Now, we have one more check to do to see if you can get through this water. Now, you know this is a huge waterfall you're trying to push through, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, why don't you just get something to block the water?
ready? Roll another one.
Did you just say something to blow apart water?
No, to block you get a metal
Oh,
sheet
sorry.
and you place it
Would
in
you-
a
11.
rock and
Now you minus your
fights
1.
the water.
10.
Okay, you did get through, and you're in this big empty cave, and you're looking around, and as you look in this cave, you see what appears to be 5 robots.
Cool.
How does he know what robots are?
Well, what we seen as robotic people earlier. And as you see them, you see this one ball that you remember that used to be in your barn. You see a ball sitting there too beside the robots.
Are they mechs or just like robots?
Mechs.
Hey.
That's the same ball that used to be in your barn before your dad destroyed it and turned it into a distillery.
Cool.
And
All
then
right.
you look a little bit beyond and you see this large thing that doesn't make sense to you, but it's a huge metal, kind of like winged box. But
It's the ship.
it makes no sense to you.
Cool. Cool. Giant box with wings.
Yeah, like you've seen like kids when they're young making paper airplanes. It looks like a big metal paper airplane to you.
Are you giving me my ship I wanted?
It's the ship.
Interesting.
We knew there was a ship. We
Oh wait, wait. Out of game, is it a leopard looking thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were giving me the fighter I wanted because I told you I don't want to be like a starfighter pilot.
No.
Because that seemed cool. I'll fly the leopard. That's fine. Too.
I'm gonna approach the thing that looked familiar.
And as you do this, like you're starting to rumble a bit, right? And like the ground is shaking, and you're like a little bit aftershake from what appears to be some sort of explosion that dust is falling but you're in this big empty cave that like opens up into this cave's huge, and it's like literally they flew this thing in or walked this thing in through the waterfall, and this mountain is kind of protecting this thing. And as long as there's no power, there's probably no signature for people to find it.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know that. Sorry.
No, of course I don't. I don't know anything about power
I know lots of them.
or how that stuff works.
You don't know me though.
I know how to grow potatoes anywhere, though.
Okay. So
Grow some right now.
you're looking there and you're like, man, this cave could grow some potatoes if there was a bit of light in here. So you're walking.
Oh,
over,
no, I can grow.
you're walking
I
over
can
to the
grow
sphere.
plenty of potatoes down
Okay,
here.
so you've been looking around. You've burned some time here. You walk over to the sphere, and you see the sphere that it has like a seat in it, and it's got like a helmet in it, and it's got like some wires and stuff, and it's just sitting there, and like cool. You've recognized this from before.
Can I put the helmet on?
The one you're carrying, the one that's on your backpack, or the one that you are in there?
The one that I have on my backpack.
Okay, you just put it on. It's just kind of darker. Nothing fancy about it.
Can I put on the one that's on the ground now?
It's not in the ground. It's in the sphere.
Can he put it on?
Yes, he can if he wants.
Yeah, I want to put the other one on now. I want to take the one off the one that I was originally carrying off,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
put the other one on to see if there's any difference.
Okay, you put it on, and nothing really different, but it's hooked up to this machine. So you're kind of like on a leash.
Yeah, you should just put that one on your backpack.
Okay, I'm gonna take this one off,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna go deeper into the cave.
Okay, you're going.
Locked door.
Okay, you're going deeper into the cave.
Uh-huh.
You walk up to.
Looking at the map while I'm walking through the cave, kind of like
Well, you just
following.
You're just walking into this cave system. There's lots of tunnels coming off this thing, but this is the main area on this cave. And you walk forward, and you see basically this big metal box, and you're standing at the bottom of it, looking up. And if you look on the outside, you see two doors, and then you see the mountain built kind of into the cave, into the box almost.
Okay.
It's kind of a cement thing. It's not natural. Cement tunnel going to the other side's doors.
We need
All
a
right,
map of this place, like an actual map.
I would like to approach the doorway into one of the passageways.
Okay, like one of the tunnels.
Yeah, like one of the tunnels. Like I want to.
Okay, you ignore everything you've seen, and you start going down these dark tunnels, and it's
Well, I don't.
no,
I don't know what those big things are.
yeah, but you start going down the tunnels, to which way, right or left?
Right.
Okay, so right, you start going into these dark tunnels. They're very dark. They're narrow. The map is
I pull
very
out my
visible.
potato lantern.
And you pull it. Yeah, you put out your potato lantern, fueled on potatoes, and and you see, and you're going paths and lots of different paths, and they don't seem to. The map doesn't show everything, but you kind of find like you're feeling like you're getting lost in these paths.
How is he not in a locked door yet?
Because he's not on a locked door, because the locked doors are on the other side.
All right, so
He's
because I
wandering
feel like
through
I'm lost,
Yep.
I'm going to turn around and go the exact way that I came and go back to where I came from.
Okay, we're going to need you to roll a survival test. Because these mazes are pretty bad, even though you have a map. They're going to be... Remember, you got a -1.
Can I negate that because I have a map?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Your pain, you're suffering through it, even though the map's helping you.
8.
You got so confused down here. Your lamp was not bright. It's hard to read the map. You just sit down and you're down in the ground and you're like, and you're sitting there like, man, I wish my brother was with me. You know, you're sitting there and you kind of take a moment, and so you're going to take a moment. You're just going to rest for a bit to get yourself a little bit more aware.
Alert and aware.
Yeah. And then you're going to pick up the map later and go back. So we're going to head back to the end of the scene. That's the end of this scene. You now have, this will not affect Billy because Billy is lost in a map. This will not affect Jimothy because he's lost in a cave. This will not affect Osaka because he is making his way out of a cave, not lost.
No, I know exactly where I am.
Not dead, neither.
Yep, I survived.
But
I survived cave explosion.
so this scene is over. You have found some stuff. You might be able to help each other later. Scene 2, we're going to go to, and it's a very brief scene, but it takes place at the factory. And the only one that's there in the factory is Wolfgang. So this is basically a small narrative for him.
Cool.
Now, question.
We're going to take a break though because I need to get a drink.
So we are continuing playing past the 11.
Got to get a Coke Zero.
We will play for probably another half hour after this.
Okay. Because I just know that you like to end it around 10:30 because of
the
young lad, and it's past that. So I wasn't sure if you want to just end at scene 1.
No.
And pick up scene 2 next time.
We're going to scene 2, and I need a drink.
Me too.
I was mildly impressed.
And
Well,
then I also fixed his
I
boo-boo.
was more than mildly impressed with those bats.
You
They
fought
were kind
bats?
Of, oh yeah, he fought some bats like really
Yeah, I
good.
don't even remember a bunch of rodents, the flying rodents.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't remember the flying rodents.
Yeah, he looked at rodents, so I expected some kind of more, and then bats came out and went, well, wasn't expecting the sound of our rodent to be a bat, but all right. Bats are technically rodents, I guess.
Yeah, flying rodents. So we are now in scene 10 of this, and it's the inspection. What now? Are we just slaves now? That is the question. And so the everybody in the factory is getting ready for the inspection. They've just cleaned up in nick of time. As they come out, because everybody comes out to meet these people, and the gates opened up, and the guards are kind of letting them go. You see, these hover like things with laser guns on them, and then an armored vehicle come up and pull up, and then the first time you actually see like kind of like more of a pomp and military look of these guys. It's not just like the soldiers that were thing. You get this guy who comes out and he's all like military dressed. He's got like a black collar on, and he's sitting there, and he's got like like some medals and badges on his shoulders and stuff, and he walks out to the center of the entranceway, and he says, "I'm ready to inspect the factory." And he looks at your father and says, "Come on now, show me what you're making in the factory and what can be done here. We're in need of lots of different materials. Your armor plating, it's satisfactory, but maybe you can do more for us. And so I want to see, all these tractors and the different things you make, and maybe we can find a better use for this factory than you primitive people use it for. The food is not coming fast enough too, so whoever's in charge of getting food, they've only brought a ton so far to the camp. I said 3 tons by the end of the month, and then a couple tons every month. So the only other things we want off this world is what we can produce here, the raw metal, and the fuel. So come on, show me." So your dad kind of like humbly opens the door and says, "Well, this is our humble beans. This is what we got." And it's like looking like an old shop now. Like there's no heavy machinery lifts or anything. Like it's just kind of like, this empty shop. The 4 heavy machinery lifts are all gone, and the tractors are being like built by the guys crawling underneath them on things, and they're like working. And the guy goes, "Oh, Duke Drakecock is not gonna like this. He thought there was more production coming out of here. How did you guys ever produce so many tractors?" Your dad kind of doesn't say anything. He's like, "Well, my son's in charge of production. Talk to him."
Well, I mean, honestly, we kind of just keep steady at it. I mean, there's nothing to it. We've got experienced workers here.
So the workers
They know what they're doing.
The workers are good. He's writing this down. How many hours a day do they work?
Kind of depends, but they're usually putting in 10 hours, but we do day shifts and night shifts, so we work 24/7.
Okay. I want all shifts increased to 12 hours, no days off.
Yeah, okay, if you say so. Understood.
Because we need to have as much plating as we can from this place before we leave. Duke Drakecock wants as much resources off this pitiful planet that he can. And we have to, in 1 month, we have to catch our ride out of here.
Just for just kind of out of game. What's this guy's name?
This guy? He hasn't given his name.
Oh, okay.
But you could ask him in game.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, we'll definitely bump everything up to 12 hours, sir. But just kind of curious. just so we're on the same page. You know, I'm Wolfgang. So what's your name?
Captain. You can call me Captain.
Captain, understood. So it's good to have a high-ranking officer like yourself to inspect our humble workings.
If you don't get this thing up to speed, I'm going to have some more problems. When the next ship comes, you better not only have our load, but start working on the next load. We're expecting regular loads.
Right, and what are you thinking for tonnage again? Is I'm like I kind of like scramble on the paper, like what's going on?
We need each month probably 3 tons of metal come out of here, minimum. We'd like to get it up to 10 tons, though.
Well, I mean, 10 tons. We just don't have the people for that.
Well, we can always help with people. We have lots of people. I'm going to be bringing one of my inspectors to come. He has a way of persuading more work out of people.
If you say so.
Mm-hmm. He'll be here by the end of the week. You have 1 week to get our production up. And then after that, my guy's coming to inspect how well you get it up to production. And we're going to see a lot more changes around here. We're going to have stiffer military presence here. I'm going to set up it looked like a pretty good guard little house there we could set up. We'll set up a regular guard routine here and maybe put a couple things here. And I know you're a sympathizer with us and working with us. Your dad has been quite helpful in keeping us satisfied and giving us everything we need. So we can keep this relation good, and you can live probably good. You know, your people will be, you'll be looked after.
You can live probably good. Your people, I mean, you will be looked after.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, you're the ones with the biggest machines. You're the ones that we want to stick to for sure. You're the ones that'll turn this factory into what it could really be.
Yes, what it could really be. A kid like you might go somewhere. Maybe I could even see you getting off this planet someday.
Gee, that's beyond my wildest dreams, sir.
We're starting to look for some recruits, we call them. You know, people that want to work with us from the from your community. If you could think of some good kids that would want to be part of Duke's loyalist recruitment, let me know.
With all the military training and pride that would offer, of course.
Oh, of course. Of course. There's nothing like having loyals, you know, snitch out on each other. I mean, helping us out.
No, of course. Anything for the glory of our fair and honorable Count Drakecock.
You don't want to mess that up again. It's Duke Drakecock.
Oh, my forgiveness, Captain. You see, I'm just a lowly factory worker.
So you're maybe not the guy I'm looking for, I see. I thought you were maybe a guy with some presence.
I'm just saying, I've got a lot to learn about your great culture and what you can do that is far better than what this little planet is.
Yeah. There is so much more than you can imagine out there. And, you know, Duke Drakecock is really carving out a nice little area that's his, you know. And think only a few years ago, he wouldn't have been nothing. I mean, nothing like he is now. But we'll be having another drop ship come in 1 month. I'll be leaving at that point, but there'll be another person to replace me. I'm the pacifying group.
Pacifying. Well, as you can see here at the factory, both my dad and I are more than willing to make sure you get your way.
That's the way I like it. He looks at you, pulls out a cigar, lights up a cigar.
I gotta just like reach into my coat pocket and grab my smokes.
And he sits there and then smoke and he goes, so do you think any people around here are going to be trouble?
Trouble? I mean, you know, there's some people that kind of slack off from time to time, but
I just mean
you
like,
gotta kind of be. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It just mean like trouble, like, you know, me stepping on one of their elders just to send a message. Sometimes sends the right message and sometimes sends the wrong message. So I'm not sure. Is there going to be some fun for us? We're kind of hoping for some Irish anger to come out.
I just start to laugh. I'm like, anger. I mean, they get angry when they get real drunk, but I mean, there's not much of a competition then. I mean, they just sort of wallow in their own self-hatred and alcoholism.
My boys were kind of hoping for a little bit of fun before we get shipped on to the next planet.
I get that, but I mean, you see this factory make tractors. That's pitiful.
Yeah, there's very little gambling houses, very little action around here.
Oh, you're a fan of the cards, I see. Or
I play a few. But
as I like
me personally,
quickly like pull out my cards and like start shuffling. Like, well, if you're ever looking for a good time, I'm one of the few people on this planet that actually play a good game of cards.
Me personally, not so much cards. I like seeing people rip each other's heads off.
Ah, I see. Well, the fighting pits are probably a little bit tamer than what you're used to, but I'm always interested in any good bet.
Well, maybe we'll have a little bit of a chance to see what your people are made out of. And then he kind of goes back to the inspection. He starts looking at things. He goes, "It's awful dusty in here. Do you guys not clean up?"
Well, you see, we just at the end of our rotation here before we do our deep clean once a month, so that's why it's a little bit ramshackled, if you may.
It smells smoky too.
Well, I mean, you got the oil and the grease from the machines.
Well, I'm going to go talk to your dad about all the details of how we are taking over.
Understood, Captain.
And he goes and walks up to your dad's office, and he's with your dad, and your dad's kind of like, "Yes, we understand. Yep." And there's like basically selling out the whole factory to him. Not much you can do in this situation.
Not when they've got gigantic laser guns pointed at you.
Yep. You kind of bide your time and see what happens.
Yep. Just yep. That's yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
we're gonna fast forward a bit. Okay, and here's what's gonna happen. Brady's gonna find his way out of the cave, which ends up being right where the gravel pile is that's been blowing up. He finds his way to that, which leads into a door, which is open, where he meets Jimothy for the first time. Andrew finds his way out of the cave. I don't know where he's going after that.
See, I was hoping to find Andrew along my journeys in the cave because I at least know who he is and I know that he was with the guy I'm trying to find.
And then Bilko finds his way back into the cave, and all of you meet in the metal tomb.
So are you saying I find my generator?
you find some sort of thing that you might think's a generator? Because you're
Well, I was going back to the town and going to get a generator and drag it the 2 kilometers out here.
but you got turned around by
What town has a
you got turned around by our good friend Wolfgang. He says we need to meet in the thing. So you're all meeting, and when you get back there, there's power in the place.
Because I started the generator.
Well, I'm
No,
going
you
to get my
started-
own generator.
You started the engines.
For what?
So I can't go get a generator, so we don't have a backup generator?
You did. You brought some sort of generator.
Good. I brought a generator back.
It's a gas powered generator, like a normal.
Perfect.
Generator.
We have a backup generator, boys.
I have a big engine.
So you started some sort of warp engine. Well, not warp engine, fusion engine.
Hmm.
That is setting off a fusion signal.
What you need to do is you need to make that engine potato powered.
Try throwing one in there.
So you're all there. You have basically talk time to try to figure out what your plan is. Talk about what you're going to do. And then I'll ask you a few questions and we'll go from there. So you
Cool.
guys are
All
up.
All right, so Wolfgang, I want to talk to you, just you.
Okay,
Well,
well, I
as-
think, yeah, we could probably.
Why don't you keep everybody together so you're all in the same
well,
boat?
I'm.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
I'm
It's just like this is a conversation for just him originally because
Yeah, we'll
I-
we'll keep that in mind.
I
We can
built a
talk
rapport with him ish.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean you're my
I go to
lucky
Wolfgang.
I also
Cause-
have a Wolfgang.
Everybody knows Wolfgang. Nobody knows
Yeah,
anybody
he-
else. He's the
I guess
glue in
I
between
have-
us.
Well, he's the only one that I
Red
remotely
Bull
have
all
any
over
respect for.
Well, it's true.
All right, I
Everybody
go
knows-
up to
Jimmy
you.
knows him. Everybody knows him. He's the glue.
Yeah, I'm the glue. Yeah.
I know
Fair
everybody,
enough.
but
Oh, I've known Jimothy for years.
yes, everyone.
Yeah,
knows
anyway,
Timothy. You've
so everybody's,
known
like,
him for
crowding-
years.
Everybody's crowding around me. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Stand back, stand back. It's okay. All right.
Well, I'm
Oh,
Like
so, well,
I share kind of what I just went through with the captain, and
It's the next day, just so you know. Like you've taken a day, you all figured it out. You were there.
oh, he did all that. Okay, I see. So now we're meeting in here. We've got the generators and stuff.
We got
okay, well then
I
I'm not
think-
with Wolfgang.
We got two
you're all
options.
together.
We either let
You're all
these
together.
people, we either
Well,
let
that's-
these people walk all over us forever and ever and ever, or we take the fight to them. Seems like this captain guy's got a pinch for some gambling, so we might be able to
See, now I have this
maybe
fusion
put a
engine.
wager against them if we can manage to get these
Well-
gigantic robots running.
Are all of you guys willing to fight?
I got a fusion engine. I don't know what it does.
Are all of you guys willing to fight for our freedom?
Yeah, as long as
Oh,
I'm
for sure.
getting paid
I
by
mean-
my boss.
I'm not gonna be like my dad and just hand everything over. I don't mind putting up a front and give them
Well, he wasn't
what
handing
they want
everything
for
over,
now.
remember? Like he
give
hid
them
stuff.
their materials and stuff. But
Just
I
listen
think
to my
in the
boss.
long run,
I like my job.
things are only gonna get worse.
Well, if all of you are willing to fight for the freedom of our planet, then there's something that you should all see.
This big fusion engine I repaired. Pretty cool.
My
You charged up enough batteries in that you should turn off that fusion engine again.
Okay, I'll turn off the fusion. Does that power the station?
my grandfather had a passageway, and well, just follow me. I'll show you.
He
It'll make
wanders
so
you
much more
around
sense.
paths, and there's definitely a more direct way. But you'd spend about an hour walking through a cave, and you end up in this big hole with a waterfall in front of it. You see this round sphere thing. You see 5 mechanical monsters, and you see what appears to be the ship that you were just inside of. Well, you probably took a door. You could have took a door right outside of to get here, but you went along roundabout way.
One thing I would like to say is during the time that we had, apparently 'cause the day passed,
Yeah, that's all part.
I
of
would
it.
have went back and got my bow,
Yes, you would have got your equipment and put
I-
it
Yeah,
some in
but
your
I
room.
would've-
Put some
I
in
would've-
your bedroom, right?
Nope.
I
All
would've
that's in
grabbed it
all
from the
that's in
factory.
my
all your hides
med
and
bay.
everything.
No, my bow's in your office.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
would've
but I
grabbed it.
could have easily
Yeah.
grabbed it for you.
Yeah, so I went. I'm saying I went. I got my bow, and it's set up in my office. I don't have it with me.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
left-
Did you offer them armor?
Yes, that's what I originally went up to go talk to him. That everyone kept talking, so I wasn't going to fight everyone over.
Yeah,
speaking
but
fights.
I assumed that you offered them all armor.
Well, I offered
Yeah.
Wolfgang armor. I never talked to Billy. That's why I said I specifically go up to Wolfgang.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
said,
like-
"There's armor on your bunk." And
Yeah, and I'm like,
then I was
yeah,
gonna-
dang, that's a nice jacket. And I like take off the bomber jacket, but I still put it in like I guess my bunk or whatever.
Yeah.
That I put on the ballistics jacket.
and my bunk's still empty. All of my things are in the med bay.
Now, just so you know, there's no actual beds. It's just metal frames on all
Yep,
these.
and I sleep on the surgical table.
I sleep in my engine.
There's no. You
I sleep in the fusion reactor.
no, you can't.
You don't want to be sleeping next to nuclear
And
reaction like that.
I just gain more smarts.
And because I guess apparently I'm limited to 4
Anyways.
slots, I'm leaving my pendant and my family scroll here in my room. I didn't realize I was limited to only those 4 slots.
Can I just ingest
So I'm only
myself
taking-
with
Well, I don't
Two
think the
things.
pennant and stuff really count as it goes, but right now we're just keeping it simple.
yeah.
Okay, like I said, because I'm only limited to 4 slots, I'm leaving 3 items behind.
Yeah.
So I have the ability to carry stuff now. I just want that to be said to the DM so he doesn't go, well, why you didn't say that?
No, I heard you. Okay,
But,
so you
yeah,
made
our
your way to
plan
the big
is
empty
to-
cave.
Yeah. Are we kind of in agreement? Like, yeah, we kind of give them the materials that they want now, but like we keep training. You know, a month, 2 months from now, once we've figured out how to use these things or whatever.
What things? You haven't been there yet. You're just getting there.
Well, I mean, the robots. I see the gigantic
Yeah.
robots
Okay.
and the gigantic potato ship, and
There's no potato ship.
I'm like, these.
There's no
Well,
potato
I mean,
ship
the
here.
sphere,
Not even
whatever.
a sphere here.
You know, okay, whatever that big thing was, the leopard.
So it's
Yeah,
more
not
like
that
a
I know
traditional.
that's what it is.
It's more of a
It's like a
traditional
tree
ship,
rod or
though. It's
something.
it's basically like it's more of traditional.
It's
Yeah,
a big
fair enough.
box.
Yeah, it's a big box.
Big box. Gotcha.
It's literally a box
Anyway,
because you couldn't make armor curve back then to make it
Yeah.
cold. It's literally a box. It looks like a hot dog but squared, like a Minecraft hot dog.
Nice. Love that.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking, you know, we all have to kind of keep up our face. I mean, Osaka, I mean, nobody really knows you anyway, so you could probably do whatever you want. But Billy, you got to make sure you can get those potatoes and stuff to these guys.
Oh,
still
did
need
they
to be
make a
done.
comment about the lack of
Yes, lack of
food delivered?
Yeah, they said something about you guys not knowing how to grow potatoes. Like they just some of the wimpiest potatoes they've ever
Mm.
seen. Like they just couldn't. They're just like they were really disappointed.
They were weak
Well, they probably
spots.
weren't getting the O'Leary potatoes.
No, probably not. They're probably getting it from the O'Reillys down the road.
Those O'Reillys.
Those O'Reillys with their bad potatoes.
They're just
Poor
wee little
potatoes.
wee little
Poor
potatoes.
potatoes. Great
The ones that-
character.
There's the ones you bake in the inside the stews and stuff. Don't need to cut them at all. They're handy.
Yeah.
They're convenient.
Using in my spud gun, or
But
for saving
You'll-
my life when
you'll
I'm
probably
running
have
away
to
from
help out your
bears.
dad a little bit.
But
As I say, we put a face on. We might even be able to kind of get in their organization a little bit. The guy kind of offered me a position, and we could probably kind of use that to our advantage too.
Now, can I purposefully blow up the fusion engine
Sounds
to
helpful.
blow them up?
It'll only blow you up. There'd be no blowing them up.
But like, what if I manage to move the fusion engine?
You can't. How are you going to move a multi-ton fusion engine, part of a 300-ton plus, ship?
If
I
you-
like
Yes.
the look on Andrew's face processing the
A
thought.
ship you have no idea how to use.
So let's just find out how to fly this entire like giant
Oh, I don't-
ship.
Well, speaking of which, do we have any way of learning yet? I don't even know. I guess
I'm very
Billy, you did sort of talk about that sphere, that little pod thing that we got over there.
Yep, he definitely did talk about that.
I did. I pointed out all the things.
So what is that? Does anybody want to look at it?
I want to install
I don't
because
know.
I'm a
I don't know much about computers.
I would like
Yeah,
to
well, I think, I think, well, the both of us, I think, no, I'll help you out with that.
So does anybody want to sit down in it?
I'll sit down in it.
Okay, you sit down in it. It turns on and says, "Welcome, recruit. Basic mech."
Oh, it's a
Training.
training simulator.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought it was like a flight simulator at first. Makes sense though.
All right, so
So if you
We're
put
gonna
you put the helmet on.
Oh yeah, I want to.
Okay, so all of a sudden you go like and you're like pain, right? Because you've never hooked up to a neuro helmet before.
But I have big brains, so.
And so you're like your whole body's shaking and you're having a hard time connecting and literally connects your brain to this fake machine, so that when you move your arms, it moves its arms and stuff like that. So if you move your arms,
Yeah, I want to move.
so you see a picture of this thing moving an arm, and it says basic mech training, learning how to walk.
I'm gonna. Can I just do the training?
What?
Can I just like do the entire training?
You're gonna work through the basic mech training.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Cool. Upon seeing that, I'm gonna go get one too.
there's only one.
Oh, there is only one?
Losers.
So he sits in that pod for pretty much, probably 8 hours of just trying to walk. He's falling. He's like, it's all artificial. And after a little while, he's actually getting able to walk. And he's satisfied. He can walk and he's moving around. He's being able to turn. And you can see it shows you a little video of what's going on. Like you see this video and it says, "You've passed basic mech training. You can walk." And so that took up a day worth of
Now, I
time
wanna
for
learn
you.
how to do parkour.
No, sorry. That's all the only thing you had access to right there is basic mech training. So you spent one whole day training in a mech while other people were doing other things and stuff. And so your character gets a skill in piloting mech, level 1.
Is that a skill I get?
Yep, it's under the mech warrior skills. It's on the third page. So you have level 1 mech warrior training. I assume everybody wants to go in there for a day?
Well,
Yeah,
it's 8 hours.
That's
for sure.
yeah.
Everybody?
You said it was
Roger
8 hours,
that.
so it'd only
Yeah.
take a day and a half.
Yeah.
That's a day. You don't 8 hours worth of work. Not
Oh yeah, everybody takes a different day, right?
Yeah,
And they just
yeah.
go for it. Yeah.
So your first
I
get
take the
that.
last
We
day
do
and I
like
move
night
my
shift
camp
too.
into my room.
Yeah. Well, you say what? You move
I
your
said
camp.
I'll take the last day and I'm going to start moving a lot of my camp stuff up here.
Okay. So
Okay.
so you all have taken basic mech movement training, and so you've all passed your basic mech piloting. So you all get a level 1 piloting skill in your mech thing, which is just giving you free XP basically.
Now,
And you all gain a level 1 mech piloting, and that means you can actually get in a mech and make it move. But you've never moved a real mech. All you've done is simulator for a week. So 1 week of your 4 weeks before the next scene is learning how to walk a mech and stuff. Now, it's on the third page under mech stuff.
now
Says
I,
BattleTech right at the top, like in big letters.
And right here it says piloting.
Piloting, driving.
Yeah. And your rating is 1.
where does it say that?
Yours is different because you're on the multi, but it's the one that says BattleTech.
They all say that, don't they?
No, they don't all say BattleTech. I found it. It's my last page.
I was gonna say it's the last page, but I didn't want to say that for sure because I didn't know if it would be the last page for you. It should have been.
They piloting.
So you all gained level 1. Now, the problem is
Right hand side of the page, Andrew.
Mhm.
Hello,
It
what's that?
says
it says
right hand side of the page. It says primary skills.
Piloting. Yes, there it is. Haha.
Gotcha.
Very top of it.
So
One.
you've learned how to basically get a walk, move basics, not fight or anything, and then you realize that that's the only training modular that's in this thing.
Oh, I was going to ask, by any chance, does there happen to be perhaps a flying training simulator one?
So you
I
had
don't believe so.
you have one modular chip.
Can I try to get in a real mech?
You could, but you were warned in training that if you start up a mech, other mechs will see you. It
I want to
says
start up a mech.
No, not yet.
But we're gonna have to get in a
No.
mech to
Not yet. They are mine, and I said no.
Well, what makes them yours?
They were my grandfather's, therefore they're mine.
well, technically they
Heck,
It says there that
technically
your
one of them was your
grandfather's.
grandfather's.
They're underneath my grandfather's house on his property. They are mine.
Property
technically,
doesn't
they're at the
fall
back
in
of
the center
my
of
dad's
Factory.
You're in
factory.
his
They're
factory.
mine.
Well, technically, I peed on one of them, so it's mine.
I got this big engine working, so one of them is mine.
Reality is all of our
Yes.
families had something to do with these mechs
Yeah.
Well,
Except for
at
me.
some point.
well,
And I can see on that one that looks like a big chicken, it says Nemechek on the side.
You know what? Yeah, that one definitely is not mine.
You
Can't-
spent a
I-
plot point for that, didn't you?
Me?
Yes, you need to spend a plot point to have that said there.
That makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense if I will use
So
a plot point
Nemechek,
to say
All
that.
right.
Never
Yup,
checks
I
on there.
can't argue that then. Yep, that one is most definitely yours.
I have Gilbert.
If you want
But
it,
that's-
you
Yeah,
can spend a
that
plot
one has Gilbert on it, so that one's mine.
Gilbert.
All right.
So-
well,
here I ignore this whole debate that they were having. I
Fair
moved
enough.
like some of my stuff, like some of my furs, my other camp stuff I had up here, and then I'm gonna take some of the tools that I have for camping. I'm gonna try to expand that tunnel so it's easier for us to get through.
Okay.
We should make it more hidden too at
Yeah.
the same time.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it
Like
more
put some
of
brush around it, trees, and
can I
Yeah.
go to my bunk and
But
put
also
that
with-
armor on?
yep,
Yeah, for sure.
you were gonna pull that armor was for you.
yep. You should probably ask the medic to give you a med.
Yeah, you're like kind of
Kitchen.
dying.
Yeah,
You-
I'm
you-
kind of hurt.
No one talked to the medic about that, so he has no idea you're hurt.
Yeah.
I don't even know who the medic. I didn't
But-
even know I had a medic.
I'm the medic.
So-
And,
He doesn't know the medic.
You
it's
might as
true.
well
You didn't
talk.
know, you didn't know I have medical skills.
Yeah, you might as well
So the-
talk to each other about what you guys think you could add to the group too. Like these are all
But
things you need to cover.
I will say this though, Brady. Your character would have walked into what clearly looks like a medical facility that currently has furs, a bow, and arrows hanging on the wall. There's a nice bed made up in the middle, made out of furs. There's some herbal tea in the corner boiling. A bunch
Yeah,
of
you
bottles of
don't-
coffee on the wall.
Are you a doctor?
No.
He knows how to dress an animal.
Can you fix a boo boo?
I could give you a remedy that could fix a wound.
That'll work.
Okay, roll.
They obviously don't.
Oh, this wound's gonna be hard to fix.
Well, it's a good thing I'm really good at fixing them wounds.
And I only rolled 2 dice, so it shouldn't have been hard. But I rolled really good.
I rolled okay.
Well, you might as well use your edge. It's the end of the night.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I rolled a 5 and a 3.
Ooh.
So it's like
You don't have to
rolling that
re-
3 is a bit risky.
Yeah, rerolling to 3 is risky.
Okay, so what do you
That's an
add? What
11.
is your add to it?
It's an 11, so I'm debating, do I want
Okay,
to risk it?
Let's put it
11's
this way.
pretty good.
Let's put it this way. If you stay with the 11, right, he doesn't get a wound taken off. If you roll one higher, he gets a wound taken off.
So what you're saying is I have to risk it for the biscuit.
If you want to get his wound off.
Well, might
You
as
gotta
well.
risk it for the slim
I
biscuit.
rolled a
yes.
2.
Oh, so
Oh, gotta
continues-
be the other
he
way.
continues to not be able to fix. He's like, he puts all these slabs on you and says, yeah, it should get better or something like that. You tell him.
No, I just brew a tea. Go, here you go. Let's fix it.
Drink the tea. But I got
It's just a big, it's not even tea. It's just some sake.
Language barrier there. Totally didn't get.
I just gave him a cup of
You
sake.
didn't tell him that his leg was actually broken or anything, you know.
So,
It's like he's like, oh, can you help me? And he's like, oh, you want tea?
He's like, I'm hurt. I'm in a lot of pain. Have some sake.
Okay, so you've spent a week. You've had 1 week. You've learned how to walk a mech, technically, not actual trying.
Not
to.
literally.
You've spent during that week that you guys have been going in and out. You've been playing the roles. Wolfgang, you've been asked that maybe if you want to join their young Drakecock unit, and rat out the people who, because they're having a little bit of civil unrest. Like a lot of people, like your dad, and is doing is going along, but the Irish don't really like giving up their potatoes, and so
Makes sense.
there's
I
been
feel like neither does my people. I feel like if history says anything about the Japanese, we will fight you to the bitter end.
Yeah, but the Japanese have been strictly under armed guard most of the time.
That makes sense.
They've been stuck. The mountains are a little harder to get under control because they're more rough. It's harder to get. So the Irish have actually been putting up a little stink, and your dad is leading a band of misfit Irish that are like throwing mocktail cocktails at the troops, and they're mad at the Germans for giving in and helping, and they're calling them spineless people, and there's fights breaking out in the city, and the guards are building, and they're actually going to be they're actually bringing a little army regiment up here that set up a base outside of your community. They have the camp where the dropship is, where the mechs are patrolling. They have the other base beyond the Japanese is basically in lockdown the whole time. They figured that's going to be a problem. They're all locked down. They're just getting right, and now they're going to start locking down your area. Because the Irish are kicking up a fight.
Of course they are.
Would I be like joining them as like a soldier or as like a technician or something?
You'd be joining as more like, they would
like
say
an engineer kind of thing.
Well, no, they're joining. They want you to join. They don't want to give you too much tech, right? They're not going to try to. But you're right. Yeah, you're entering. Definitely. The way to control people is to keep them dumb, right? And so they think you're not that smart. Like you think you're just barely, like they don't. They assume less of everybody on this planet. Backwater planet. They don't assume much, but you're basically kind of like Night Watch slash. You're going to help them set up their base. Going to give them intel in the area. They're going to use you to, snitch on people, and yet you will be able to see with their movements and stuff too, right? So you're kind of like the back door.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. So
I'm not dressed in uniform or anything. I'm just
no. They don't have a uniform yet for you, but they're talking about getting you a uniform of some sort.
Right. Okay.
And they're just kind of like, and so you're starting to get to know some of the people, and you can ask questions about that in the next week because you just started. Sure. Okay. And so what happens is you guys meet back there in the cave every night, kind of like routinely. You all go to your life, do your things, you make sure you're seen. Except for Osaka, who doesn't care to be seen.
No, I've just been expanding the tunnel and making it more secure. That's what I've been doing.
No,
yeah, you don't need to be in society.
And I've been stocking the cupboards with fresh meat that I found. I've been curing in the kitchen, and
the fridge works. Remember, everything works now. The batteries are working.
Yes, but you see, I don't understand. Like I don't.
No, I know you don't understand.
All my meat is dried and cured. That's how I consume it.
Yeah.
So I'm just preparing it the way I would prepare it.
Yeah.
So there's supplies.
No,
which is a good thing. I have dried and cured meat.
You're cooking. So the reality, though, is the first week you guys basically set things up, get things organized.
I'm gonna tell him how the fridge works.
Okay, that's all good.
I understand how a fridge works. I'm not an idiot.
Box makes things cold.
Okay, so as I was saying here, you all have gotten that first week here. Just talked about it. You've seen the mechs. You trained for the first week. You are starting to integrate back into the community, but doing stuff at night here. And so that first week passed. Nothing eventful other than O'Leary's dad is done a couple raids and hit some small troop movements, and now they're building a base outside of your town as well. And they really didn't want to be stretched this way. They wanted it just to come in peacefully, kind of make everything, they didn't realize, well, they did, because he was kind of taunted.
That guy said he was looking for fun.
I know. He taunted the Irish purposely because he wanted that kill people.
He taunted the Irish to the German, and now he's bitching about how the Irish are fighting.
No, he's not, but his people are.
Okay.
He's all happy about it.
He's happy about it.
He's
'cause
waiting
mech.
he's waiting for a day to come in with his mech and just kill all the Irish.
Ah, yeah, right. Because he wants to be that guy where he doesn't actually
Smart on
fight
mech
fair.
combat.
So
Spots are gonna win.
so he's like, kind of things, and so now they've actually in the next week they're going to be stationing a mech here, to kind of keep calm because the riots are getting pretty big, and this little laser boat ships, like the little hover ships, have been getting things thrown at them, and some of their soldiers have actually burnt and died because of it. Now a lot of people have been killed too, and they're trying to, now they're saying, okay, maybe we should settle this down and nobody fights a mech. Basically what they're saying.
Yeah.
So, crowd control.
Bringing in the biggest gun is going to stop the riots because nobody wants to fight that thing.
So, as the second week starts, they actually are building a little camp, and by the end of the next week, they will have a full armored lance type thing up there. So you have a week of discussion
Having
again.
a full armored lance.
Yes. Not a mech lance, but an armored lance.
That's still scary.
Yeah. So you have a week of nighttime meetings. What are you guys going to talk about for this week?
I'm going to inform people about the commotions in the Irish village, town.
I'm just gonna brag about my giant fusion engine.
Yes, we get it. There's a fusion engine.
I generally don't think I really talk at all.
You're just like putting food on the table.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm putting food on the table. I'm going back to
Has
I'm
anybody gone
working
back
and then I
to-
go to sleep. Like
has
you
anybody
guys
done
show
any-
up.
this week? Is anybody going back to the mech trainer trying to do something
Yes,
or
I
anything?
would like to do that.
most certainly.
So you guys,
Would I have time with all the work I've been doing to
I
be
don't
able
know.
to do
It's up
that?
to you. If you got to make time for things. You
Well,
gotta-
I'm asking. I've stated everything I want to accomplish. Would there be enough time for me to also do training in there?
well, everybody has time, and basically, if
Yeah,
everybody gets.
Would like to do more training.
Okay, but the problem right now is you still only have one modular. Now,
Yeah, so I mean, one of the few ways I can imagine us getting one is, well, through my, being in their military, I guess you want to call it, or whatever.
or maybe you already have one and you start using it.
Maybe we should check all these disc things in his grandpa's cabin or whatever, which I actually want to go search for.
Oh yeah, I've got that chip in the map.
Right. Okay.
That came out of the other modular.
Plug that. Yeah, when you plug that mod in, let's see what happens.
Who's gonna get first?
I want it.
Me.
No. Now, I'm
Again, I'll go last because I have stuff
Yeah.
I need to do, like digging the cave out and getting it all set up.
Okay.
So I want that done as soon as I can.
You actually can't go first because you're not even supposed to be able to.
No, it's not combat.
Actually, when you get in this one, it says basic combat training.
So then when I get into the combat training, I'll freeze. But until the combat starts, I won't freeze.
Yeah, but basic combat training, and you're like,
And maybe if I do the training enough, I can get rid of my combat pro.
so you're like freezing, and everybody's watching you, like, and you're like, your mech's getting blown apart. You're like,
But if I do it enough, I'll lose my combat pro.
and you're like freaking out, and like you're all watching because you could like, well, Andrew not because he doesn't care, but other people are.
No, I have stuff that needs to get done. There are
Yeah.
tasks.
You don't watch those.
Oh yeah, like I just whispered to Billy, I'm like, man, this guy is as dumb as potato, eh? Like under my breath, just
As
like
dumb as the
"This is not
potato."
good.
Just a singular potato.
I'm like,
one
I'm
of those-
looking back
one
at
of those-
Jimmy, and I'm like, Jimmy, I'm
One of
like,
those
yeah,
dumb
you're doing
O'Reilly
good.
potatoes.
Yeah, good job.
Okay, roll Lincoln for your reflex.
What's my reflex? What's reflex? Oh, reflex.
Reflex is this.
REF.
11.
Okay. You actually do okay. You finally get the hang of it. But you are shaken up, so you have some fatigue damage. You need to rest because you're like mentally exhausted after this. But
I started to work through through my theory.
No, because it's not real combat. You know it's.
Oh,
not real
has
combat.
my fatigue damage gone away from
Yeah,
the
your
fact that
fatigue-
we've had
your
2
indeed-
weeks of
yeah, your
downtime?
fatigue would be, but you're still injured until you get
Wait,
healed.
so I take 1 fatigue?
Oh,
Yeah, so you need to go rest. And so the reality is you get enough training to give you level 1 in gunnery after hours and hours in the machine.
now are we unlike it? Is there like a limit to how many times I can attempt to heal Billy?
You can do it every session, so you can do it again like every scene. So this is kind of a new.
So,
yeah.
so
you can
because
do-
we're on scene 3, I can attempt to do it again.
yeah, you're sitting this week. You're doing week by week here, so yes, you can do it again.
Yeah, this is the second week now. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you fail again, then he just still doesn't get injured. He's still injured, and he has
That's
to do a
fine.
negative. He has to take. a
I just
negative
didn't
to
know how
assess.
the rule. I know in Star Wars it's once every
Yeah,
in-game week.
yeah, but you can do it again. But until he passes, he takes a negative to all his tests.
Okay.
And
Well,
so-
if he comes to me complaining about it still being hurt, I'll take a look at it. Until
Okay.
then, I'm digging a hole.
So Jimmy, you're done. You take a break. You're tired, but you gained. Did you put that down? That you gained pilot gunnery. So you gained gunnery skill. So now you guys technically, well, Jimmy can technically drive a mech and fire a mech.
I'm gonna
Okay.
Not well, but he can.
I would like to state that I did that first
Okay, that's fine.
because I had the chip and I wasn't letting him go first
Yeah.
again.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the order.
I just want it to be known that I have the skill.
Oh, you haven't done it yet. You still have to pass the test. So you're going in there and you're in it and you're driving around and things are shooting and it's really overwhelming. It's kind of like crazy. But you're like trying to run up and punch things because you like to punch things. And so even though there's guns and stuff, you're grabbing a hold of sticks and like swinging them at other mechs and it's working. It's a different technique, but it's working. And you need to roll a dice on your reflexes. Because obviously you don't have gunnery skill yet or anything, so. What'd you roll?
Not good.
Okay, what's your plus your reflex?
Still not good.
-1.
Really not good.
So what
So
was it?
I rolled 2 1s,
Oh, so you do not get the skill yet.
but do I not have an edge for this
No,
scene?
this is
You
all the
cannot
same.
re-roll
Oh.
natural ones.
Yeah,
Dang.
natural ones you can't re-roll two ones.
I found that out the other day when I rolled the one on my very first roll of the day.
Double ones you
Cool.
can't re-roll. Anyways,
Cool.
you failed. So you get tired and you've been on this machine, but you're dedicated to try again this week because you really want to do
There's
this.
a stat on
Yeah,
the paper
I
for
will
every,
be.
snake eyes you get.
Yes, there is a stat to keep that, but that's in combat.
That's not a
Yeah.
video game.
So, are you ready?
But
You're gonna go.
yeah, I'll go.
Okay. So it says beginner's combat, and in this module there's actually 2 modulars: guns and hand-to-hand combat. Just so you know,
Wait, which one did I do?
gunnery. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It's just how you want to fight. I forgot to tell.
Yeah, no. So I'm.
Billy.
Well, if I had
I'm
gone
glad-
into the hand-to-hand combat, I would have had a better
Well,
modifier.
especially if you
but
grabbed a
it's
club,
still
you would have
2
grabbed a
1s.
club. Yeah.
I rolled 11 total as well.
Okay. And you passed the first time. You kind of whizzed through this gunnery skill.
That's
You're like,
yeah,
you're
it's just like
after
using
8
my
hours.
pistol.
Yeah, after 8 hours, you're like kind of like shooting over your head, doing different things. Well, you don't have hands on your unit, but whatever unit
Oh.
you are, it
Yeah,
depends if you're picking.
That's true. I just got the guns. I'm ducking and weaving.
Yeah. So you're like kind of like a boxer in the ring, just missing things and shooting the laser off. Kind of feeling like pretty good about it. And so yeah, you got your gunnery skill level 1.
Cool.
And Andrew, do you want to try the machine?
I would do it last, sure.
Well,
All right,
Billy needs to go back in it, but he might want to get healed before he goes back in it
That's true. I should probably get healed.
because that -1's not
I also want
helping.
to get healed. Can I get healed?
You're not healed.
Hey, my
You
leg,
just need to sleep.
my leg
I'm
still
sleeping,
hurts.
man. I'm sleeping.
Tea didn't help.
No, the tea didn't help my leg. My leg still hurts.
All right,
You got this funny rash now, actually.
I head to the medical facility and actually have him like sit up on the table so I can properly examine the leg.
So you roll 2 dice, add your medical.
I rolled better by 1.
What's the total?
That's 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, you actually succeed. You heal him.
Yay!
One spot. He had 2, so he's still at a negative because 1 doesn't get him above a negative.
Well, what pluses do I get for the medical bag? We never talked about that.
You get a +1 to your dice when using your medicals.
Oh, then I would have passed the first roll.
Now, it depends on the type of medical thing. Like if a guy's gushing open with blood, it wouldn't affect. But a broken leg and stuff, yeah, because you're herbal medicine.
Well, so I would have passed the first one then.
Oh, well.
I mean,
Do I get any extra bonuses?
Oh
for making it a
well,
medical
that's
facility?
not. Oh well.
You can go back to the machine. There's 2 more days left in the week. You could go back and try to get your gunnery skill.
Now, the other question is, do I get any bonuses for being in a medical facility?
No. It
I
would
still
just
have
a
a
room.
-1, so that doesn't help me. If
Well,
him passing
hopefully
that
you roll-
roll earlier would help me.
It would have. Yeah.
Well, he's got to look after his stuff, not me.
Well, you never told me what the medical
Well, you
bag
never
did.
told him.
I even understood that.
All right, are you ready? Roll your dice to see what you do in this combat. Plus
Sure.
reflexes -1. No, I'm talking to Billy still. He went back.
Okay.
You said you want to go last. So.
Yeah. Fair. I just thought I was.
What'd you roll
last,
this
but-
time?
I rolled a 4, so
Plus reflexes
6,
and -1.
5.
Well, you didn't pass again, and I rolled a 5. You only had to roll 1 more dice.
I needed that
See,
heal that
this is
should
where
have
you
gone
can-
through
no,
earlier to
oh,
work.
Brady, this is where you can use your reroll.
you already
You
used
didn't
he
roll
already-
natural ones.
He didn't. He already used his reroll. He doesn't have a reroll, but he can spend a plot
Well, no,
point
yeah,
if he
he
wants.
didn't use
He
it.
can spend a plot point to say he actually went back and told him not just to give him tea. If you want
Nope.
to spend a plot point,
Nope.
you can.
Nope, not using a plot point for that.
Can,
Are
Not
the
doing it.
rerolls that are session based
Yeah,
or the
but I-
rerolls scenario based?
What? Scene.
Are the
The rerolls happen. So plot points. How does it go? I said it the first time. Plot
Yes,
points.
and I'm
Plot
after-
points, you have
remember.
3 per session.
Yeah.
Edge, you have 1 per scene.
Scene.
Well,
Or
he hasn't used
Edge
his reroll.
stats per scene. So
Yeah,
I have
you,
a
yeah,
reroll.
You do have a reroll. So you
Yeah,
can
so,
reroll.
like,
Okay.
oh, yeah.
That's
Reroll.
how it
Reroll my 1.
You have a
I
reroll.
had
Yeah.
reroll.
That's what I was saying.
Reroll your 1. You need a 2.
I got a 2.
Okay.
That's all you needed.
You get your gunnery +1.
Hooray!
You're welcome, Brady. I'm actually there. Gonna put that
Stupid
there.
dice.
Okay, go.
So what do my rangefinders do? You never told me what they do either.
Right now, not much. They
They
let you
find
look
a
like
range.
binoculars, and later you can help. Keep
The
your range.
binoculars don't give me any bonus when I'm using them.
Depends on the situation.
Can I spend
That's
my
the great thing about the equipment. It's all situational. It's not like D&D where things give you just distinct stats.
Can I spend my spare time?
Yes, because that's the bad thing about D&D.
Can I spend my spare time just doing the fighting simulation to try to work through my fear?
There's not much time because everybody's using it.
But like when there is spare time.
Your fear is not going to get done by fighting simulation. Your fear is going to have to be done through actual combat. You're not going to get rid of one of your negative traits in
No.
the first week.
I would also like to go back into it to do the hand-to-hand combat version of it.
Yeah, it's the same thing though. It doesn't give you anything. But
Okay.
It's just for fun.
Okay.
It's flavor.
Well, then knowing that, I would have gone into it the second time doing the hand-to-hand
Okay.
combat version instead of the gunnery.
Yeah.
Because, well,
It's the same thing. It's gunnery. It's,
whack, whack.
Yeah. Okay. So Andrew, are you going to go in?
Yes. I mean, is everyone else done? Is it,
Yeah.
Are people telling me that I should go in and use it now because everyone's finished theirs?
Yes.
Okay. I made my roll.
Okay. What'd you get?
Do I get to add my artillery skill?
No.
Oh, okay. Just my reflex?
Yep.
Then I rolled 12.
Okay. You're fine. You've passed the skills. You've had no problem with it. You Like this is kind of like hunting.
It's very much like hunting. That's why I have the artillery skill.
And so that's kind of your thing. Everybody's got basic combat. They can fire a mech. They can walk a mech now. So
Excellent. So it's gunnery 1 is what I have.
Yep.
Is missiles the same as gunnery in this game too?
Everything comes under gunnery for mech. Yep.
Okay. Even like melee combat?
Yeah, it's your combat rating.
Mm.
It's your combat skills. You can get bonus in different areas if you skill into those, but that's your base combat skill.
Okay.
Okay. So that being said, we look at all that wonderful thing. You've spent 2 weeks outside of the world. You know, the Irish are starting to take some losses. They're getting discouraged. They have set up a camp. This is the last week before the transfer of the new ship coming. At the end of the week, the new ship comes, and who knows what's happening there. But you got to get all your goods. Everybody's been working hard to get goods. The only thing really lacking is the food from the Irish. Everybody else has been giving their goods, but there's about a ton short of potatoes. And so they're really starting to press it. And you've seen this mechanical lance come, and it's machines. There's a couple tanks, a couple things. There's 50 men stationed at the city now, kind of guarding it, and one light mech. You have a flea patrolling the streets.
Now, would we know what a flea is now because of the training? Like, did it go over mechs names and stuff?
It would have went over your basic light mechs because it's a light mech training. So you would know that it's a flea.
Oh, yeah. So it's a light mech trainer, so we all okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
can I go and tell the guard that I know of a supply of potatoes where they could get about half a ton?
So you're gonna say, hey, I got some information for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna lead them to one of my secret stashes of potatoes.
Okay. Okay, so you are
I'm using a plot point for this. I have 3 different secret plots of potatoes. That's how I constantly have a bag of potatoes on me.
So, well, he grows some in his bag too, right? Like he's got a growing. So in this time, I believe that Jimothy wanted to go up to the cabin and look through the junk in the thing. So he
and then put it all of it in my bag.
Well, you salvage what you think could be useful for building things. So you have some salvage stuff.
So more to my infinite store of the things that I need at certain particular times.
So
I'm not entirely sure how comfortable I am rooting and rummaging around through my grandfather's stuff.
Well,
I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to do it.
But how are you going to get there?
There is
yeah.
Because he told me where it is.
I didn't tell you where it is.
You literally said that you got the thing from your grandpa's thing that I was on his property.
No, I didn't.
You did actually.
No,
You said that.
No, I said the chip came out of a map.
No, you said the mechs are under your grandfather's cabin, so they're mine.
That's true. I did say that.
He
However, he doesn't know that there's a room full of loot in my grandfather's cabin.
That's true.
Wait, what was that?
We're saying Asaka's not there, so he has no idea what's going on or cares.
Yeah. But anyways,
I don't know what anyone but just said for like the last 10 seconds because my audio glitched out.
Anyways, the whole issue is you're going to want your salvage person looking through electronic goods. Because if anybody can do anything with them, it's your salvage person.
That's fine. I don't want him going through the stuff without me there.
Okay, so you guys
going through my grandfather's stuff. I'm gonna be there.
Well, your brother's there.
Your brother is hiding out there too. But
that's true. My brother is hiding out there.
We haven't talked to him in like 2.5 weeks.
So you 3 go up to you, your brother, and Jimmy go there. Jimothy go there. You are been flirting with the government, and the government tells you that
I don't know if flirting is the word.
Well,
He's not talking to you.
Flirting's a pretty amped word for
Yeah.
a situation like that.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
He's even flirting with the government. The government tells you that they are going to be in this next shipment when they get the stuff. If the potatoes and stuff aren't coming at a good enough rate and the food's not coming, there is going to be some hard press on this community, and they're getting really upset with all the fighting and the shenanigans of going on, and so they're like, can you got anybody that can give us some insights on how to control these Irish?
I couldn't tell you in the slightest.
And but you're learning that as you go, you're talking to different peoples, and so there's 3 people there that you can talk to. Okay, there is the guy. No, I'm not talking to you. This is Wolfgang, the guy, the potato you guys talked to. He just passed the information on. Okay, but Wolfgang's actually been, flirting with them. Schmoozing them, and so you have a choice to pick 3 guys. You have a grunt, okay, he's kind of like a knucklehead. You have a you can talk to that, or you can talk to a sergeant who's in charge of the night watch, or you can talk to the communications officer. Who would you like to talk to? And what are you going to say?
Yeah, so this is just for the general purposes of like information and such like that. Kind of like we're both sharing it.
Yeah,
kind of
you're
thing.
chatting back and forth. And who is that?
Yeah.
Who's going to be your target?
I've got my skills in communications. It kind of makes sense to talk to the communications officer.
Okay, so you're going to be
got his hands on everything, right?
Yeah, you're going to be talking. You're going to be talking to Frankie Lubot. Is his name Frankie Lubot?
Lubot.
The fact that he has a name, which means he's probably gonna fight you.
So Frankie Lubot, and you're chatting away. How would you like to start your conversation with him?
I think I would be kind of like like I can imagine us we're in one of his like communications arrays and whatnot, and like I'm just kind of like
as you're talking, you
the...
at least see Ahsoka, walk by with a deer. No, just kidding.
Yeah, no, probably. I was gonna say, well, I when it came back to me, I had something I wanted to do.
I was just joking because you're like,
no, I'd probably walk by with a deer.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, but I would be like, I'd start the conversation by like fanboying over the communications arrays, like, oh man, I wish we had tech like this in the factory and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like we got some really cool stuff. It does nothing compared to what you got on these jump ships. I don't know if you ever heard of a jump ship.
Jump ship? Like I say it like what? Like I've been learning about it in the mech thing, right? Yeah. But like I'm just like jump ship? What?
So these ships that we bring down, the drop ship we saw that big one. We have another one coming in a couple of days. Actually a bigger one. So this drop ships, they go up in space and they meet at one of the access points. Each planet has 2 access points. And so they connect to the ship, and this ship jumps them to space at far distance, farther than you could ever imagine. And it has telecommunications stuff that can communicate to other worlds. We can communicate from our jump ship from our drop ship to the jump ship. Takes a time and lag and stuff, but they can communicate to other worlds in a few hours. And it's just amazing, the communication. I can call my dropship right now and be on the radio. It's like, watch this. Hey, this is Outpost 1, calling Pathros. Can you answer? And yeah, hi, how are you? Yeah, what are we having for dinner down there? Because Outpost 1's not getting very good food here. We got potatoes and more potatoes. And more potatoes. It seems to be all they have around here. A couple lamb and potatoes. Oh, well, we're having shrimp and, rice and everything. See how quick you can talk? Now, I was calling
You're being disrespectful.
I was calling the jump ship. There'd be a time lag. It'd be about 12 minutes before we got to respond. There's a difference of about 12 minutes from from the time we send the message to the time they get it, and another 12 minutes to get the message back. So it's about 22 minutes of blank air before we can have communications with each other. And so there's there's a small window there that kind of, it's, you know, like if I would send a message up to there, I don't have clearance to do that. I would send a message though, and you wouldn't get it for 12 minutes. I wouldn't hear back for 22 minutes. And so there's kind of a lag in time, but yeah, it's pretty cool, you know. But you know, the Duke, you know, he calls himself a Duke and all, but he doesn't even own the jump ships. They're too expensive for him. He's only got 4 planets. This is the 5th planet, you know, and you know,
Right? Yeah, like I sort of pipe in. I'm like, he only has 4 planets. That's not a lot because I wouldn't actually know, right?
yeah. No, it's not a lot at all. Like when I first started with the Duke, he was just finishing kind of a. I guess he got lucky. They were mercenaries / piratey type things, and they fell into a good victory where they took over a planet, and from there he expanded. They had a few drop ships, but they're still renting jump ships because, you know, they're not cheap, and you know, the money that people give gets them to one point or the other. So he has schedules every month. A new jump ship goes to a different planet and he picks up stuff. So once this jump ship leaves, dropping off the new drop ship, there's not going to be another time for them to move things for another month. So it's kind of like a month at a time. Whatever's on the planet's on the planet. So my time here is 1 month, and then I'm going to be moving unless I get stationed here full time. They do station guards here, but you know, I'm just a technician, so who knows?
Well, I mean,
Are you going to deal those cards or what?
yeah, I mean, I'm just sorry. I'm just so fascinated with the communication stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot you were gambling.
Yeah, no, we would be. I think we would be playing cards as we're kind of like going back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, 5-card draw, whatnot.
Mhm.
Kind of switching it up each hand, and I want to. So, how many weeks do we have until this guy leaves?
Well, there will be a transition of guards this month. Now, there are a lot of us will stay. I don't know if I'm on that list or not, but so that's 1 week, and we get the load. We ship it back to the Duke. Some will go there. Some of the mechs will stay. Some more come. Some may leave. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not in the military side of things. I just, you know, communications.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, and it's not like I've got all our cards are all dealt.
You know, and he flicks a switch. You know, if you flick this switch here, you can pipe into here and listen to this. He flicks a switch, and you hear like radio talk of like the soldiers out there trying to hunt down some farmers, potato farmers, and you hear in the background. Yeah, we got rumbling on the one farm over to the right, and we're gonna go in for the press here. Okay, guys, let's raid that farm. And so they're like, you know, raiding a farm, and you can hear like gunshots going off and killing, you know, people screaming, and we think we've got one of the ringleaders here, and so they bring him. Yeah, take him prisoner, and then he flicks it off. You see, we can listen in on almost anything from here, you know.
Wow, I mean, it's kind of like you're the most important man on the planet.
Well, I can listen into the different things. There's 3 main radio operators in each town, each communication officers, and each of them work out of these communication trucks. There's 3 of them on the planet, and then the dropship has a communication which can beam up communications.
Okay, and like I just like keep asking him questions. I'm like, wow, but how do you organize all this data and whatever else? Like, I mean, you probably got calls coming up from all over the place. The village on that side of the planet, this village here, the mountains. Like, how do you keep all track of all of it?
I just look after the units in this area. There's another guy who looks after the units in the other, and the guys that are on my shifts and different shifts. And we just listen to it, and we transfer things here and there, and intercom. We know what channels are on. Each mech can have its own channel too. They could directly talk, but if, like, for example, say another lance was in the community and they're talking through, like, say we had enemy lances, like we're not the only people out there with mechs, and so there was an enemy lance here. We would be able to hear them if they weren't careful because we're always scanning channels on this machine. This is my whole job, is to scan for other communications and stuff. And so he's like flicking things. He says, so if they're not beaming directly, we'll pick up chatter and we'll know, right? But this planet has no chatter, so it's pretty silent. There are very few, communications devices I've heard. But my whole job is to monitor communications.
Yeah, and like when I'm like looking over the arrays and stuff, as although I'm not trained as efficiently as like equipment this big, obviously, but like I would want to be like keeping an eye out for like the channels that they're using and the channels that they're
you're
looking
trying to,
for and stuff like that.
And they keep
They
a wide
communicate
reading. And he was like, so right here, this channel was
be-
this channel is the command channel for the Lance, and he flicks it on, and he says, "Don't say anything," and he turns off the mic so they can't hear. I like listening in on a Lance channel every once in a while. And he flips it up, and he's just listening to the mech warriors are talking to each other, and he flicks it down. You see, sometimes it's fun to imagine if only I could drive a mech. Man, that would be my dream. And I joined this stupid this group of people because I thought I would be able to finally be able to become a mech pilot, but I'm still a communications officer. And then he goes, "Oh, let's get playing cards."
Yeah, and I kind of carry on with them, but I feel like I've been talking with him like over the weeks. I feel like I'm kind of building a rapport with this one specific guy. He's kind of like my commanding officer in a way, I guess. That would make sense. I don't know. Why else
Well,
would
they don't
I
let
be?
you really. They don't really let you in the tech area. You've just been hanging around, and he's like,
Oh, okay.
and he's
Okay.
like, he's kind of let you in because he's befriending you.
Yeah, I talk shop with him, right?
Yeah, naively, he's befriending you.
Yeah, like but we're talking about our favorite wavelengths and
and
things
until you put a
work
knife in
off
his
of.
back or something like that, right?
I mean,
Yeah. Okay, so
Until you send me in there to deal with him.
yeah. So then what did you want to do, Andrew? We're going to sum up what everybody's doing for this last week. We're in the last week. You said you wanted to do something, Andrew.
Yes, I wanted to make sure the tunnel was finished.
Yeah.
I wanted to get it hidden.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to familiarize myself with this area because apparently I'm not familiar with these swamp lands.
Yeah, so you learned the swamp. You've been hunting it for a few weeks.
Mm-hmm. I want to make sure that we are supplied on food.
Yeah.
And I would like to gather enough herbal medicine from the area around to stock up the med bay.
Okay, so you're stocking and everything like that. Okay. Billy O'Leary, what did you want to say when you were talking to the guy you were setting the potatoes to?
I was just telling them the location of
So they found
half a ton of potatoes.
Yeah, so they found potatoes, which they're grateful for. He kind of made it like his ward that he found these potatoes, and
That's fine.
And he's such a good soldier, and he's trying to get a promotion out of it. But they're still pressing you even for more potatoes. Like, well, we we can get more. They're like not satisfied with the amount of potatoes they got even now. They found out that it was your neighbor's farm that got raided. They killed everybody in the family because they were trying to squall a uprising, and so they killed all the kids.
They killed the whole O'Reilly family.
Yep. They killed the whole O'Reilly family.
Well,
I mean, they had terrible potatoes, so I don't blame them.
So the whole O'Reilly family got killed. One of the young sons escaped to the mountains, and so he's the only one that survives from the O'Reilly family.
Oh, did I run into him during my trek?
No, not yet, but you might.
Okay.
And
I might have to think
Lincoln, what do you
for
want to do during that week?
I want to get familiar with the actual layout of like the mechs.
Okay, so you want to look at the mechs, try to figure out how to fix parts and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were studying the mech so much that you actually learned how to replace the armor. So you know that the plate armor that they're making at the factory that you were making during the day when you're not working would fit right on there. It's made so it could fit on the armor segments of mechs. So you're actually
then you have
making
to make mech armor.
what?
So we're making mech and ship armor.
Yeah, you're making
Yeah.
armor at the plate armor for mechs.
Well, does he make the armor? I thought he was just like the tunnel gate guard.
No, he's one of the he's one of the main techs. But he's
Yeah,
not
no,
the tunnel
he's-
deck gate guard because they needed somebody they could trust. He's their head.
Okay.
He's the head of all salvage. Salvage. He's the,
Okay.
he's the brains behind. He's the brains behind reverse engineering.
Yeah.
I kind of just do stuff. And
Yeah,
then,
he tells other people to do it. Doesn't really work.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I
like-
feel like. Sorry, Lincoln. Go ahead.
I kind of just build stuff, and then do that, and then kind of just sit in the background as other people use it, and then Logan kind of gets like.
He's kind of like the
credit for
engineer of
running
the
it.
plant.
Yeah.
I kind of just like sit there and sort of like work on the machines if they need repair and try to upgrade them.
I'm just
Yeah.
the party ranger.
Yeah, but he's basically his one of his models. Say one of your models is like, I think one of his models is like, what is it? The junk your models? What are your cues?
Oh, my cues?
Yeah.
I don't have very many.
What are you talking about? The cues?
My first one is one man's trash is now my treasure. And then I had who would throw that out? And
So,
then
he's all geared around.
that stupid beast.
Yeah, it's all geared around junk and making it better. So,
Cool.
I've got 3 green thumbs and I can grow a potato anywhere.
okay, so he's been studying the mech and he's actually gaining more knowledge on mech skill and mech training and mech like rebuilding and so I need you to do a roll, tech roll,
Mechanic?
Yeah.
Technician?
the technician roll. Yeah, I'm rolling 4 dice against it just to make it really hard here.
Oh, it's amazing. I only got a 15.
Well, with my 4 dice, I got 8.
Good.
You got
I got 8.
Terrible.
So actually, with all his tech training he's been doing, he spent the whole last week, he actually took away one of the foot activators of the mech because he saw it squeak a little bit, and he rebuilt the whole foot activator. And the mech's in pristine condition. But not only that, he's going to gain the skill mechanic.
Is that like a set?
Yeah, it's actually a skill, yeah.
So I put that
He's a mech.
He's mech. He gave the mech skill.
He's got mech
He's putting all that
skills.
into that. But you, Lincoln, you don't get any skill points this week.
Well, so I just put that with all my other skills?
Yes, there's a stat with it. You can just write it in for now, and we'll get it later. Basically, instead of when you're not just running technician, when you're doing mech stuff, it's kind of like
Do I get a bonus on both?
no, it's basically for mechanical on mechs, repairing damage on mechs.
Now,
So it doesn't cost
I have
you
a
experience.
question.
Yes,
What happens when my skills are full?
you have to write them in somewhere like
Is it
double
just
line
Somewhere
or
else? Okay.
slash, because this is only meant for the basis getting you started, right?
Do I get rank 1?
Great. I didn't know if I was limited to those or not.
No,
And then what is the actual skill?
it's under intelligence. And I'll give you the details because that's your your thing. But you don't get any experience this week. I gave you something worth more than the experience you would have got anyways, but not by much. Okay, so the last week here's what happens, guys. They drop ship.
Just like that?
The drop ship actually comes. There's another one. So now there's 2 drop ships on the planet. Everybody's kind of watching what's going on. The other drop ship loads up and it takes off. They leave the 2 light mechs that are patrolling both towns, and then a new lance comes. But the 55-ton mech and the other mech leave. The 40-ton mech leave, and a new mech lance comes. And this mech lance is made up of another 3 light mechs, which you would know them because you guys know mechs now. Because light mechs, you see that there is a
Wait, I just realized something. Okay?
Is it
rolled so
important to
bad.
interrupt me right now?
No, but I just realized something. You rolled so bad on that roll with the 4 dice that if I rolled snake eyes, I would have tied you.
No, because Snake Eyes is an automatic fail.
But I still would have tied you a number.
Okay. Anyways, was that important
You
to
have
point to
+6
interrupt me?
your skill?
No.
Well, because I have the +1 in tech when I'm not in combat, and then I have a +5.
So, back to the point here. You see that there's 4 mechs, and 3 of them are light mechs. You see now that you know mechs enough. There is a spider mech, a stinger, and a wasp, and a locust mech that are new. And then you see a medium mech, but you don't know the medium mech types. But you do know that
Don't we have that data disk thing with all the mech types on that?
you don't know the mech types, but you do know that it's a medium mech. It's a bit bigger than the small, not as big as the other one that was there. And you're like, okay, kind of that's what, because you're going to keeping track. Maybe you can get information from your informant next week or whatever, but, maybe get them talking. And then the flea that's up in the village, and there is another locust. So total of 6 mechs on planet now, and they took all the goods, and they're demanding the same amount of goods, but they want more armor production and more fuel production.
So that's not the same amount.
No, I'm talking food goods. So this is the last, the week has turned over. It's the 4th week. You guys have figured out that you guys can take your mechs on a trial run as long as you don't turn on the communications and you stay up in the hills away from the flea, because the flea has a limited range on it. So if you guys want to actually take your mechs for a walk to see what they actually
Now, if we blow things up, will we
move,
be detected?
that's something you can do on your time if you want to actually get in and try to walk a mech.
I do want to do that, but once again, if I blow stuff up, will I be detected?
Well,
Do
you're
we even
definitely
have
gonna-
any weapons?
you haven't checked that yet.
I already did a full thing on the mech, so I should know that.
If there are weapons in the mechs, he would know if he did a full once over.
There's
What-
weapons on them, but I
what-
don't know if you have ammunition.
What I'm trying to figure out is why the guy who has openly said he has combat paralysis is trying to actively blow things
I
up.
know. He wouldn't do
Because
that.
it's Link.
I ain't
There's
afraid of
Link King.
action.
You wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that.
No, you
No, it's
wouldn't.
Lincoln.
You wouldn't do that.
If
You
I
wouldn't-
can blow rocks up, I'm just not
No,
in combat.
You would not do that. You'd be afraid of the explosions.
That's not
I hope you realize that people who have PTSD in real life don't get terrified when they're in the middle of the heat of battle. It's the simple things like someone setting off a firework or even someone coming behind them and startling them will trigger. Combat paralysis isn't I'm terrified in combat. You have PTSD that is paralyzing you to the point that you cannot fight. So it's more than just that situation. The sheer idea of firing a gun for you is terrifying.
Yeah, especially a mech yet. You're still pretty untrained. All right, so that's kind of where we're ending off. You guys, each of you gain. We're giving you each 3 experience. I've already given you experience in the form of new things you've learned. You each gain 3 more experience. Lincoln does not gain 3 experience. He only has the experience from. So what I'm doing if somebody misses, I did this with Felix too. When they miss a session, they get half of the experience everybody else earns, like the general group, rounded to the nearest number. Rounded up, yeah. So
No.
Felix gained 2 last week. He would gain 2 this week. So he has 4 experience building up, just so they don't fall too far behind. Does that make
Who
sense?
gained the
Chris?
bonus experience this week?
That's a good question.
Mhm.
Who gives you the bonus experience this week?
Everybody! Yay!
Okay, if I roll even, everybody gets
I
it. Oh, I rolled even. Everybody gets 1 experience.
cool.
Everybody!
Cool, I'll take it. I have 8 experience points now.
Wait, so
I have 2 because I just spent 5.
What'd you spend it on?
I leveled up my reflect.
Okay,
So now it's level 3.
that's good.
I now have 3 experience. What can I use that for?
How does he have a +5 already?
Because I have
3
one
in.
my
He has
childhood.
3 in. Sorry, 2 intelligence.
I have a 2 intelligence.
And then
and
3.
I put extra skill points to get it up to level 2, and then I got a +1.
Yeah, he doesn't have as many skills as you guys. He
So it
spent to get
costs 2 experience to go from 1 to 2 in a skill, correct?
up. Not necessarily. Remember how it works? It's 1.5
Because-
times the level. So if you're
Yeah.
going level 2, it's times 1.5. That makes it 3.
Okay.
Who's
So
got
it costs 3 experience to go from level 1 to level.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's got a 3 in his skill then.
Mhm.
Must have been expensive.
Well, no, because training. If you do the right schooling, you get 1 level free, right? And
Yep.
so you take the. If you did your schooling right, you could have got a real high one.
If there was a university here and like that sort of stuff, I could have got another level as well. Actually, I could have, but I think there's a limit on how much I can do in character.
Yes, there was.
It's 3 points to go from level 1 edge to level 2 edge.
it'd be
Level
5.
edge, 2.
Edge is
Yeah, it's double.
different. It's
Yeah.
double.
So it'd
the
be
normal.
5.
It'd be 5 to go from 1 to 2.
Wait, what can I get for 3 experience?
And you can get a level 1 to a level 2, anything up, not main ones.
What do you mean?
You can go 1 to 2.
So anything that's at level 1, I can put to level 2?
Yes. Except for edge. Edge is double.
But he doesn't have 3 experience.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, he does. He has 1 from this week because everybody's got 1.
Oh, but the 2 from last week. Too.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But how much?
You guys should all have 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I had 8 because I had the bonus one from last week.
How much
I
does it
have
take to
2.
put something to 3?
What was that?
Well, do the math.
How much does it take to put something to level 3?
What is
Do the math.
What is the thing? What is it? It matters. Depends on what it is.
Intelligence.
So intelligence, that's a base. So that's 3, right? And at 3, I don't know if. Hold on. I think 3 is the last one. That's 1.5. After that, it's times 3, right?
That was times 2 after that.
I think it's times 3.
I don't understand the skill spending.
It's more convoluted than it needs to be.
No, it's
Yes.
not really. It's really simple.
Not that complicated.
It's not simple. You're multiplying stuff by fraction numbers. That's not simple.
Yeah.
When you have to when you have to
1.5
multiply
is
something by
not-
1.5, it's not simple.
Okay,
That's
so
really simple.
to 3, it's still 1.5. When it's going to 4, it's times 3.
Yeah.
What's the max? You can have it
You
too.
can get up to 6, I think.
Yep, 6. But to get to 6, it's times 6.
Okay,
And
so to
the-
go
and
from
that-
2 to 3 is 1.5 times.
Whatever number you're going to.
What number it is.
So if you're going to 3, then it's 1.5 times 3.
So essentially, to go from 1 to 2 is 3. To go from 2 to 3 is 5.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't just state that and have a chart rather than have it be this numbering system.
Well, the reason that is because they want there's other times that you want to round out or whatever. I don't know. I really don't know.
It wouldn't matter. It's always the same number.
Yeah.
It's going from 1
I don't
to
know-
2.
I don't know
it's
why.
Always 3. Why isn't there just a chart saying 3, 5, ... all the way up?
I don't know.
That would be far less complicated than going, oh, it's 1.5 for these numbers.
I'm
then
gonna
it's
spend the
3.
last 5 of my experience and up my strength.
Okay.
I'm gonna save my points and then I'm gonna put so many points into intelligence. I will be the biggest brain.
Well, that's good. You need a little bit of everything.
I'm the opposite of my character last time in the Star
But
Wars.
yet you're acting the exact same.
Because it's my personality.
almost like you're role playing, and thus you're not playing you, you're playing your
But it's almost like I'm
character.
bad at role playing because I just want to see stuff blow up.
It's almost like that should be something you work on then.
Yes. You need to stay in character. Always important.
Like, I would love to talk over everyone and take over the conversation because that's the kind of the personality I am. But I'm playing an introvert who doesn't want to talk to any of you. So most of the session, I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs, doing absolutely nothing because that's what Asaka would do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to end the stream here. So I just want to say goodbye to the people watching or the people watching.
Bye,
in the future.
YouTube.
And so we are glad you're here. And next week, we're actually going to be in mech combat for the first time. Well, maybe. They might not want to fight. So it's up to the players. But they have the opportunity now. They all have a mech. We're going to go over, really, before I say goodbye to you, we're going to go over which mech each person has. So what mech do you have there, Bilko? Or Wolfgang?
Wolfgang will be running a Locust, fast and agile.
Yep.
Standard array, medium laser, and then 2 machine guns.
And also able to handle a really good communications array later.
Yeah, I get that good hook in on how to kind of fly under the radar with the communications.
And jamming and everything. He's going to learn all that.
Jamming and everything. So we have the advantage against the Duke and his lance, I would assume.
Okay, so we'll move right over to Ahsoka.
For sure I have the Valkyrie, don't I?
Yeah, you are running a Valkyrie.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I got the Valkyrie. I jump jet around with and shoot LRM.
Yep.
I'm a flying
Long range
carpet
missile.
bomber.
Yep, very good. And young potato farmer, Billy O'Leary, what do you have?
I'm going to be running around in a commando, and unconventionally, I'm planning on ripping a tree up out the ground and using it like a shillelagh.
Yes, he'll be clubbing some people. Unconventional. Primary laser and short-range missiles, though, as well. You get up close with it, you're not going to survive. Okay, and young Jimothy, what are you running?
I have no idea.
Well, you have come over here and take a look. There are 5.
Is there any that it's like engineering?
There's 5. Well, they're not engineering. None of them. They're combat vehicles.
But what if I don't want to be combat? Is there one that's really tanky?
That's the tankiest one, and then
Urban mech.
What?
These are the tanky too.
I want to be whatever one's the tankiest.
These are agile and moving. They're not tanky. This is the tanky, and this is tanky, and this is tanky. So the 3 most tanky people have already picked as well. You can be the same. Which one would you like to be? Long range, stay out of the fight.
Yeah, long range.
That's what I figured, because you're not going to want to be in a fight.
Especially since I'm going last.
I also want to point out just something that you probably don't know this. The tankier mechs typically are the brawler close quarter mechs that are in the middle of a fight.
Well, not at light, because yours is the tankiest. It's a long range.
Light mechs, it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, light mechs never want to be up close.
No.
No, that's not true.
The commando wants to be up
Not
close.
true.
Commando wants to be up close. Firestarter wants to be up close.
Yeah.
A Jenner wants to be kind of up close, but it's not very tanky. It's just I have a million guns, you die.
If a light mech gets up close to a bigger mech, it's
So,
going to die.
You have 2 Valkyries.
No,
you have
not
a
true.
commando. You have a Locust, and you have a spider mech.
Do I have to memorize all of these stats because I have the mech?
You'll have a sheet that tells you it, so no.
No, but I have the mech thing, so I need to know everyone's mech.
You might not want to be in combat. Maybe you'll be fixing them, but you have a mech anyways.
That's what I'm saying. I want something that's tanky and I can just go in and do combat repairs.
Okay. That's what everybody.
That's more of a battle suit than anything.
Wow, there's no battles yet. They come with the clans.
The clans, I know, but that's one of their things. They have the battle engineers, don't they? That their combat suits that do repairs.
I don't know much about clans. I've tried to stay away from the clan wars. I know everybody likes clan wars, but for me, it's actually not my thing.
Ugh.
Okay, so I'm gonna end YouTube here. I had to go back.
Bye,
to
YouTube.
Yeah, for the second time. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.
On stream. We had up to 6 people watching at one point.
Nice. That's exciting.
So, okay.